Chapter 21. Master Tyrell's presentation to the court had been as disastrous as Jarek anticipated. King Rhodus, ever sympathetic, had managed not to snicker, though Jarek had been able to tell it took every ounce of his regal self-control to manage the feat. The other nobles in the throne room, however, had not shown as much restraint. By the end of the day, every aristocrat in Lacton, and Jarek suspected most of those in the neighboring towns, knew the fool Tyrell had made of himself.
"I'm ruined,"
Master mumbled sorrowfully. Fearing for the man's sanity after not seeing him for a week, Jarek had come to Tyrell's room in search of his old teacher. "It can't be that bad, Master," Jarek consoled. He sat on the floor beside Master's bed mattress, sitting as he once had in the school, his legs folded, his posture straight-backed.
"It is,"
the older man groaned.
"I was ruined today. King Rhodus sent me to that cursed town. Did you know that my car has renounced me? They did it just one day after I left 3 years ago, and never sent me word. They didn't want to be associated with a man who taught peasants."
"At least the king gave you a place here in the palace."
"To do what? Waste away? Teach the palace servants how to read?"
Master held his head in his hands, staring down at the floor. He wore the blonde Antole Jarek had found him, and had bleached his hair to match, following aristocratic tradition. "You have what every scholar desires, Master," Jarek countered. "You have the support of a wealthy ka, close proximity to a library, and time to study. What more could you ask?" Master simply groaned again.
"Don't you see?" he asked. "I only went to Trexandus because I thought having a scholar in the family would increase the prestige of my ka. I don't even like to study. I hate books."
"You could always join the priesthood," Jarek suggested. "The Temple of Lamrin is looking for new inductees." Master sighed his reply. Then, suddenly, he yelped in surprise as his Antole popped off his face and flew out the window. Jarek blinked in surprise. "What?" A hand appeared from the side of the window, holding the Antole between thumb and forefinger, as if it were an object of disgust. Topaz's face came next, bearing a look of sadness. "I think it's dead," he confessed. Master simply slumped back on his bed, and Jarek rose from his place, stalking over to snatch the Antole out of the irreverent Jask's fingers. There was a small, almost invisible string looped around it. Jarek didn't want to know how Topaz had managed to get it in place. "Can't you leave a man alone when it's obvious he's having a bad day?" Jarek asked. "Bad day?" Topaz asked. "Bad life is more accurate." Jarek sighed, handing the Antole back to Master. The man accepted it with a limp hand. "Topaz, sometimes you're very childish." "I have to do something to atone for the times I'm forced to be solemn," the Jask replied, completely serious. "Come on, the king's going to make an announcement you should hear." "Just a moment," Jarek said, placing his hand on the despondent Master's shoulder. There was another reason he had come to visit the scholar. "Master?" he asked, prodding the man softly. "What is it, boy?" Tyrell replied with a deep sigh. "I know this probably isn't the best time, but I have to know. I doubt you even paid attention to this sort of thing, but, well, when you left the village, Master, how were my parents?" Master looked up, a confused look on his face. "Your parents?" he asked dumbfoundedly. "Yes," Jarek continued. "Were they in good health? Did they ever speak of me?" "Boy, your parents are—" Everything seemed to fuzz, and Jarek's mind grew dull. Then suddenly Topaz was there, his hand clasped tightly on Jarek's shoulder. "Jarek?" he asked. "Lumberling, are you all right?" Jarek shook his head, dazed. What had happened? "I guess so," he mumbled. "We're going to have to do something about that someday," Topaz said quietly. "About what?" Jarek asked with confusion. "Never mind. Come on," Topaz said, grabbing his hand and walking toward the window. "We'll miss the announcement." Jarek resisted. Topaz, I am not going to climb on ledges behind you. Topaz turned back, looking into Jarek's unyielding eyes. It really is faster, he said with a sigh. Jarek didn't budge. All right, Topaz said, raising his eyes to the heavens in resignation. We'll take the hallways. What if it doesn't work? John whispered, looking out of the stable's shadowed recesses through the broad gates. Beyond lay the palace courtyard where the king would stand to make his announcement. It will work, Martis said with more confidence than he felt. What if it didn't work? It had to. He couldn't see how the lords could help giving him success now, after how hard he had worked, how well he had planned. It will work, Martis repeated, more to himself than to Jorn.
What kind of announcement will it be? One of the girls asked, walking through the halls of the palace. Corteth shrugged. How should I know? He's your father, another girl, Marnan, said. That doesn't make me privy to secrets of state. You'll just have to wait, Corteth said lightly. However, at the same time, she put a teasing edge into her voice, as if to imply that she really did know, but didn't feel like telling. Riala trailed behind, wearing one of her finest dresses, a dress she herself had chosen, rather than Corteth. The three noble girls paid her little heed, as usual. However, unlike before, Corteth didn't order her away as soon as they reached their places at the front of the courtyard, just in front of the steps from which the king would make his announcement. When Corteth looked back, as if to give such an order, Riala stared her directly in the eyes, and the princess's lips fell silent.
I'll just assume that there's no way you'll tell me what the king's planning, Jarek guessed as they walked down the hallway. Topaz's eyes twinkled mischievously. That schooling really has made you smarter. That assumption, however, Jarek continued, won't stop me from trying to guess. If you feel you must, Topaz said with a shrug. Does that have something to do with the Shodel? Perhaps, Topaz said with a slight smile. That is, assuming there really is a Shodel assassin. Jarek looked over with surprise. You don't think there is one? Topaz shrugged. It's been 3 weeks and not a single credible witness has seen this supposed assassin. I'll admit I'm a bit skeptical. What about that hunting party that was slaughtered a couple of weeks back? Jarek pointed out. I'm not convinced that was a Shodel. But the marks were drawn sloppily, Topaz cut in. Either our assassin was a very poor penman, or human fingers drew those letters. But why? To make us think there's an assassin out there when there really isn't, Topaz surmised. To get the entire court riled up. That doesn't make any sense at all, Topaz, Jarek challenged. I know, Topaz agreed, and that's the part that worries me most. One thing is growing more and more certain, however. There's no assassin. There never was. The Shodel assassin struggled against its bonds, crying out weakly. Shut that thing up, Martis hissed. Jorn placed a boot directly in the beast's stomach, and its complaints fell silent. The beast had grown weak over the 2-week time it had been in Martis's possession. The delay worried Martis, but it was necessary. The deaths of the hunting party had led to a sudden increase in the king's guards, and Martis had been forced to wait for them to grow lax again. Besides, if he had moved too quickly, there would have been a chance that people would have connected the deaths of the hunters with Martis's sudden success. Martis looked away from the Shodel, turning his eyes back at the gathering crowd of nobles. Corteth stood at their front, looking devilishly tempting as usual. She thought she was so clever, able to manipulate Martis and pull him around like an animal on a string. Well, they would see who did the manipulating after this day was finished. Jarek cried out, feeling his knees quiver as the coldness suddenly struck his mind. He dropped to the stone hallway floor, contorting as a glacier forced its way through his head. "We are ready," a voice said, like a spider crawling across the outside of his brain. "The distraction is set." "It goes according to plan?" "Better. We didn't actually have to do anything. Someone else is in the process of creating a distraction for us." "Good. You have permission to proceed." Then the voices were gone, and Jarek's world reoriented itself. He breathed deeply for a moment as his vision cleared. "Jarek," Topaz's concerned voice floated into his mind. "I'm all right," Jarek said, lifting his head. The dizziness was gone almost as quickly as it had come, as was the disorientation. "What in the name of the Lords was that?" Topaz demanded. "Voices," Jarek said with confusion. "Voices in my head. You didn't hear them?" Topaz cursed, not answering as he helped Jarek to his feet. "It happened once before," Jarek said, recalling an incident months ago. "I dismissed it as the effects of a tired mind. But it wasn't, was it? It was microkinesis." "Afraid not, lumberling," Topaz said with a shake of his head. "Microkinesis only affects the physical world. Mind speaking is cognitive magic." "Cognitive magic?" "Shodel magic," Topaz clarified. Jarek looked up with surprise. "Does this mean you're wrong?" "Maybe," Topaz admitted, "though I have trouble believing any Shodel would be careless enough to broadcast so widely that a bystander could hear." "Then who?" Jarek asked with confusion. "Humans could do it," Topaz said, grinding his teeth, "assuming they had some very powerful Tamu Keks." Jarek frowned. "Why could I hear it when no one else could?" "It has to do with cognitive natures," Topaz said, waving his hand as if that explained everything. "Trust me, it's complicated." "What did they say?" "Something about a distraction," Jarek said, shrugging. Topaz stood for a moment, lost in thought, one hand absently twiddling the ring hidden beneath the gray glove on his other. "I don't like this," he said. "Come on. I want to keep a very close eye on the king." Yolen walked absently through the palace hallways. Recent days had been difficult for him. He had spent so many hours worrying about his father's safety. Sir Hasor, the knight from the Eternal War, had convinced Yolen to spend a lot of time in his room under guard. He said that Yolen should be protected doubly in case the king were killed. The concept terrified Yolen. Not only would he have to deal with the pain of losing his father, but then Yolen would be left to rule the kingdom. He wasn't ready. He probably never would be. Yolen hurried toward his rooms. Sir Hasor insisted that he remain protected even though the king was about to call an end to the hunts. The next few weeks would prove whether or not the assassin had left the country. They would be dangerous, Sir Hasor warned. It was essential that Yolen remain protected. The palace halls were nearly empty, even the servants' hallways. They were all gathering to hear the king's announcement. Yolen was glad for the excuse not to join them. It would just be another crowd before which he would have to perform, have to pretend to be something no one believed he was. Much better to stay in his rooms. He walked in, nodding to the guards at the doorway. He sighed in relief, entering the one place that he felt comfortable. He began to undress, intending to get out of his stiff formal fendov. But he paused. Something was wrong. "The king is here," Jorn said. Martis looked up. He had been watching Jarek and the fool, dressed in one of his customary outrageous outfits, walk out of a doorway on the far side of the palace. They had made their way through the crowd, the jester dexterously elbowing them a place right at the front. "Good," Martis declared. "Make certain our boys fall into place, forming a line to stop anyone but myself from saving the king." "Already done, sir," Jorn said, nodding to the crowd. A group of boys and men, Martis's strongest supporters, were forming an unobtrusive line at the front of the crowd. When the fun began, they would jump back in fear, pushing the collected nobles away from the king. Martis didn't want anyone random suddenly proving heroic. "The king's guards?" he asked. "Drugged," Jorn replied. "We had Phil take them cups of spice wine to calm their nerves before the big announcement." Martis snorted. Only in Melorand, where there was never any excitement, would a group of trained warriors fall for such a ploy. Everything was perfect. Only one question remained. Would the Shodel cooperate?
Martis hadn't arrived yet. Riella thought that was strange. The young noble was very anal about making appearances at social occasions. Wherever the aristocracy gathered, Martis was certain to be found, making alliances or bolstering connections. Yet this time, he didn't look as if he were going to make an appearance. She could already see the king's form shuffling in the palace hallway as servants looked over his formal robes. He would make his announcement in just a few moments. Another oddity was Yoharn. Where was the crown prince? He usually accompanied his father for such announcements. Jarek and Topaz had arrived, however. She tried to catch Jarek's eye, to encourage him to come over next to her, but there was something odd about his face. He stood at the front of the crowd, his back to the palace, as he looked at the people around him. However, at the same time, his eyes appeared unfocused, as if he were in a dazed trance of some kind. Riella fell silent. Topaz looked the same way. Could something have happened to them?
Jarek scanned the crowd, his mind digesting the millions of separate axes that formed the living beings before him. "Someday you're going to have to do more than just look, Topaz," he noted. "I assume there's more to microkinesis?" Topaz stood beside him, his own eyes unfocused as he examined the crowd. "A lot more," he said, "but looking is enough for right now. If you start experimenting, you're liable to accidentally topple the entire palace down on top of us. Trust me, I've done it. Support walls can be very sensitive things." Jarek smiled. "I don't see any signs of Tamuk-Kex or Dragonsteel." "I concur," Topaz said, letting his vision return to normal. "Wherever they aren't in this crowd." "Now what?" Jarek asked, turning back toward the palace. As he did so, he noticed Corteth, radiant as always, standing just a few bodies away. Martis wasn't at her side, a place he usually claimed for his own during such meetings. In fact, Jarek didn't see Martis anywhere in the crowd. "I'm not sure," Topaz admitted. "You stay here. I'm going to go find a place inside the palace doorway. That way there will be one of us on either side of the king." "All right," Jarek said, still staring at Corteth. She was so beautiful. Topaz sighed. "And try to stay focused, even if you do have a severe case of puberty." "He's taking your place," Jorn spat, watching Jarek move through the crowd to stand next to Corteth. Martis shot a look at the insufferable lumberman, containing his anger. "No matter. The time is upon us. Untie the captive."
She should have known Jarek wouldn't notice her, not with Corteth around. Riella sighed. She might have liberated herself from Corteth's control, but she hadn't freed Jarek. He was still just as wrapped up in the princess as ever. The stupid boy stumbled through the crowd until he fell into place right next to Corteth, standing at her left. He smiled dumbly, making some inane comment that Riella could barely hear. Corteth twittered her reply, encouraging him with wide eyes and pursed lips. Only then did Riella notice that Topaz had disappeared. He hadn't even stayed around for the king's announcement. Where could he have gone? Her speculation was cut short as King Rhodus stepped out onto the platform at the top of the stairs, holding out his thick arms for silence. The crowd complied. As the courtyard became silent, the collected nobility looking up at Rhodus with expectant eyes, the king lowered his hands and began to speak.
"Most of you have been involved in the last month's excitement.
I wish to grant you all royal appreciation for your concern over my well-being. It has been very difficult knowing that an assassin lurked somewhere nearby, wanting my head. Your vigilance has been a source of support during these nervous times. I also wish to thank Sir Hasor for his aid." The king paused, nodding to the warrior who stood aloofly at the back of the crowd. Hasor nodded back, his face flat. "However, I think it is time for our fear to end," Rodis continued. "We have heard nothing from the assassin in weeks. I can only assume that your show of might, my good people, has scared him away. Therefore, I officially call an end to the—" The king was interrupted as the screaming began.
Martis pulled the Shodel close. It struggled in his grip, trying to free itself, but it was far too weak. "You came to kill our king, didn't you?" The Shodel said nothing, staring him in the face with angry eyes. However, Martis could tell that it understood. Hethjor was right. Well-trained assassins always spoke the language of their enemies. Martis held his hand out. Jorn placed the Shodel's own sword in it. The weapon's edge had been carefully dulled. The assassin looked at the sword apprehensively, not knowing how useless it now was. He thought Martis was going to kill him. "Take it," Martis said, placing the sword in the assassin's hand. The Shodel looked down, its black eyes incredulous. "Kill him," Martis hissed. "I hate him too, as much as you do, if not more." The assassin looked back up, disbelief on its face. Martis smiled, then handed the creature to Jorn. "Let him go in 60 seconds, he ordered. Then Martis took off, dashing into the palace. He couldn't run out of the stables and stop the Shodel. That would appear too suspicious. Martis ran, the feeling of tension in his body exhilarating his every muscle. Everything hinged on the Shodel. In a few moments, he would see whether the assassin would try and complete its mission or whether it would turn back and try to escape. His thoughts were interrupted by the sounds of screaming from the courtyard. He froze in horror. Jorn had released the Shodel early. Jarek's head snapped up as the screams began, and his hand reached immediately for his sword. The sounds were coming from his left, in the direction of the stables. He craned to see what was causing the ruckus when suddenly, like they were moved by the hand of a god, the crowd pulled back, shoving Jarek away from the area of the steps. As they did so, he briefly caught a glimpse of what was causing the people to shout in fear. Jarek felt himself freeze. The black eyes, the bone-white skin, the thick hair. A similar image flashed into his mind, a monster like this one, holding a bow and looking across a field trampled by the movement of 100 stampeding animals. Jarek shook his head, pulling himself into the present. The Shodel wore a tight-fitting pair of green leggings and shirt, its bone-white arms sticking out of short sleeves. It held a gleaming bronze sword in its hand, and it was running toward the king. Jarek realized he had to do something. He felt a sudden, irrational anger burn within him. Anger at the white-skinned creature. A sudden image flashed into his mind, an image of his father fighting a similar white-skinned Shodel. Jarek screamed in denial, shoving aside the surprised boy in front of him and dashing out in front of the crowd. He had to save the king, just like Rin had done years before. Suddenly he remembered. He remembered his father fighting. Rin had killed a Shodel and won the respect of the king. Rin had won that battle, hadn't he? Jarek's mind was still fuzzy. He remembered his father attacking one of the creatures, but he didn't remember the outcome of the fight. His father had to have won. Jarek shook his head, clearing it of thoughts. He had to make his father proud. Jarek raced toward the Shodel, shoving his way past onlookers and pulling his sword free of its sheath. He caught up to the demon in the middle of the palace steps. The Shodel was ready for the challenge. Their swords clanged together as Jarek put Doram's teachings to use for the first time in his life. As the assassin parried his first blow, Jarek immediately brought his weapon down to block his opponent's attack. Surprisingly, the block succeeded. Though his mind was a little stunned that his training actually worked, his body knew what to do next, blocking another backhand from the assassin, then following with a thrust of his own. What he hadn't counted on, however, were the steps. As he battled, the Shodel pushed him slightly to the side, causing him to stumble. He slipped off balance as the assassin's blade whipped forward, but the blade was blocked by a sword that seemed to appear out of nowhere. Topaz. The Jesk's face was determined as he swung his weapon at the Shodel's head. However, just before the blade connected, something seemed to spasm in Topaz's arms, and the sword moved upward slightly, missing the Shodel completely. Topaz swore, trying another attack. This one also looked as if it would hit, but the sword once again fell awry. It was as if the Jesk were battling his own body, trying to force his arms to do something they absolutely refused to do. Before he could try a third attack, the Shodel kicked Topaz in the stomach, sending him tumbling down the stairs. Martis stood beside a window, looking out at the courtyard and cursing quietly to himself. The Shodel wasn't holding the dulled steel blade Martis had given it. Instead, it fought with a familiar bronze weapon. Jorn's sword. Somehow the creature had overpowered him and taken the weapon. The action had allowed it to advance on the king before Martis got into position. Martis turned and continued to dash down the hallway. Perhaps he could still arrive in time. Fortunately, an unlikely source was buying him some time. The lumberman. Somehow Jarek had pushed free of the crowd and was fighting the Shodel. He probably wouldn't last very long. Even as Martis passed another window, he saw the boy tumble back down the steps. People were yelling from the crowd, and several warriors were trying to make their way through to lend aid. Fortunately, the mass of confused bodies thwarted them. Martis still had a chance. Rhodus was watching the action before him with stunned eyes. His guards, including the stalwart Dorum, were trying to get to the Shodel, but they were stumbling around with dizzied expressions, the results of Martis's poisoning. Most of them had fallen as they stumbled down the stairs. The lumberman yelled, jumping to his feet again and stopping the Shodel just before it reached the king. Martis cursed. He was still a few seconds away from the king's doorway. He might arrive in time, but how to stop Jarek? The boy actually looked as if he might be able to defeat the assassin. Martis's mind raced, searching for some solution. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to his advantage. If Martis defeated the assassin, it would be a great achievement. If he defeated the assassin after Jarek had failed, such a victory would leave his enemy humiliated and his peers in awe. And Martis knew just how to do it. Yelling again, Jarek jumped to his feet, feeling rage course through his limbs. Even as Topaz tumbled down the stairs, Jarek leapt at the Shodel, knocking its weapon aside and preparing to deliver the killing blow. "Kill it, Jarek!" a voice yelled, almost unheard. It came from the direction of the king. It was Martis's voice. "Kill it for your father! Remember, it was one of these monsters that slaughtered your parents!" Jarek froze, his blade a few inches from the Shodel's neck. His mind and body went numb, and the weapon slipped from his fingers to clatter against the stone steps. His mind fuzzed. Everything disappeared. The palace, the king, Martis, they were all gone. Jarek stood alone, standing on a green field, a field from his memory, a field filled with cattle. His father burst from the crowd of animals, pulling the king behind him. Jarek had seen this scene before. He stood transfixed, watching the images from his memory. His mother fell, his father fought, and then, suddenly, everything was different. He watched his father and the Shodel collapse, fighting one another, but their images changed. They were made of axii, millions upon millions of axii. The Shodel raised its weapon. "I can't look," Jarek thought with horror. "I will not watch what happens next. I must not. Father, get out of the way!" Jarek's body slammed into the stone steps, shoved out of the way by the Shodel. He blinked, trying to clear the fuzz out of his mind. The palace and its occupants returned. The assassin ran up the steps toward the king. "What have I done?" Jarek screamed at himself. "Why did I pause?" The Shodel was nearly to the king. Now, however, it had one final opponent to defeat. Martis battled alone at the top of the steps, spinning and blocking dramatically as he traded blows with the Shodel. He fought, as Jarek had wanted to, with delicacy and control. The warriors who finally reached the steps paused as Martis pushed the Shodel away from the king, easily turning aside its attacks. The entire crowd, Meloran's most influential and important people, watched as Martis fought with glory and valor. In the end, Strafen's son ducked a final swing from the Shodel, then delivered a powerful spinning blow of his own, separating the would-be assassin's head from its body. The blood that flowed was milky white. The Shodel toppled to the ground. Martis stood in triumphant glory, his blade raised high, the king approaching from behind to clap him on the back. A few seconds later, a golden-haired angel threw herself into Martis's arms. "That should have been me," Jarek cried to himself. "That should have been me." Chapter 22. Jarek huddled just inside the stable doorway, one hand grasping the doorway's wooden frame. He felt the cool darkness on his face, knowing that no one outside could see him lurking within, just as no one had seen the Shodel. It must have been hiding in this exact place. This was where they had found the body of the boy it had killed. There was a pit in Jarek's stomach. His mother was dead. He remembered the pain of her face, his father's bellow of rage. He remembered some of that day, though a lot was still fuzzy. Somehow he knew that his mother had died, and that Rin had defeated a Shodel warrior. "At least my father survived," Jarek told himself. The loss of his mother was a horrible one, but he knew Rin had to still be alive. Even if Jarek couldn't remember those last few moments, he knew his father was alive. His father hadn't failed to protect the king. But Jarek had. For the second time in one day, the Melaran nobility stood around the king's chosen place of announcement. For the second time, they mumbled amongst themselves, speculating at what would follow. This time, however, most of them knew exactly what the announcement would be. Jarek shrank back as King Rhodus appeared. He sought the darkness, the stink of horses and hay, the dankness of a building cleaned too infrequently, left to mold, to rot, to die. Martis stood next to the king, so did Corteth, standing atop the steps where white blood had been spilt not 2 hours before.
"The blessed day has finally come," Rhodus declared. "I have reached an agreement with Martis Strafen, acting leader of his Ka. Let it be known that he and my daughter Corteth are formally betrothed to be married."
The words hurt, even though Jarek was expecting them. Just 2 hours earlier, he had stood next to Corteth, receiving her smiles. 2 hours earlier, he had been given his chance, a chance from the lords themselves, and he had failed. He still didn't know what had happened to him. He remembered Martis yelling something that had cast Jarek's mind back to the past. In that second, he had paused, and that pause had left him open. Jarek turned, reaching into the darkness beside him to retrieve a leather traveling bag. The bag was thick, pregnant with everything he owned, or at least that which he thought worth owning. He slung the bag over his shoulder and walked farther into the musty stables. Nearly 3 years in the palace had taught him that a peasant could think as well as a noble. Unfortunately, when it came down to the real test, that didn't matter. In the end, it had been the fighting that won the princess's hand. Jarek would prove himself. He would prove himself in the way that mattered. "Jarek, what do you think you are doing?" a voice demanded. Jarek spun, the bag slapping him in the side as he turned toward the sound. "Riala," he said simply, picking out the girl's dark-haired form in the shadowy room. "Well?" she demanded. When had she learned to demand? "I'm going," he said simply, turning again. "Going?" she asked incredulously. "Going where?" He didn't answer. "Jarek, she's gone. You can't have her now. She belongs to another. Accept that and move on. Running away won't help." "I'm not running away," Jarek lied. He knew he couldn't face the court, not after what had happened. He had heard them talking, heard them muttering at what they had seen. They said he had dropped his weapon in fear, that he had let the assassin run past him, offering it no resistance. They called him a coward. Some called him a traitor. All claimed it was expected, however. They had known he wasn't capable of action all along. They had known him for what he was, they said. They had realized he was just a lumberman. Nothing could be expected of lumbermen. He was shamed before the court. More importantly, he was shamed before his own eyes. He hadn't measured up to his father. He still didn't remember much about that day years ago when Rin had fought with the Shodel, but he remembered enough. His father had saved the king. Jarek had failed. "If you're not running," Riala said, folding her arms, "what is the travel bag for?" "I'm going to a place where I can show that I'm as strong as Martis and as capable of bravery," he explained, opening up one of the stable doors. Inside sat Grey, his favorite of the palace horses. "A place where you can—" Riala trailed off as she tried to figure out the comment.
"The Eternal War," a new voice explained. "Lumberling, I know I've called you a fool before, but there's no need to go about proving me right."
Jarek looked up. Topaz sat astride Grey, his weight on the beast's hindquarters as to not injure its back. The Jesk leaned forward, his elbow resting on the horse's side. Jarek closed the stable door. He would take his second favorite horse. "The Eternal War?" Riala asked with amazement. "Jarek, you'll be slaughtered." Jarek paused, looking back at her small form silhouetted against the bright doorway. She didn't believe in him either. "Jarek, you're a scholar," Riala pled. "That's far better than being a warrior. No one expects you to defeat trained assassins in combat. Your mind is your asset, not your sword." Jarek grunted, pulling open the door to Gallant's stable. Behind him, he heard Topaz drop lightly to the floor.
"That isn't a very useful argument to try against a teenage boy, little one," the Jesk observed.
"Jarek, you're smarter than this," Riala continued, her voice pleading, yet at the same time firm. When had she learned to be firm? Jarek took Gallant's chariot harness off the wall and began to prepare the horse for departure. "Why, Jarek?" Riala asked. "What do you hope to gain?" He pulled the harness tight, then led the horse from its stall. "A formal betrothal in Melorand lasts 2 years," he mumbled. "I have that long to prove myself." Riala raised a hand to her lips. "Oh, lords, you still—" Several footsteps came from outside, and soon a large, hulking form joined Topaz outside Gallant's stable.
"I brought him,"
the Kichan said. Jarek looked up. Frost stood next to Riala, a look of disappointment on his face. "So everyone's here," Jarek noted, strapping Gallant to one of the palace chariots. "All determined to make me complacent with my fate."
"Jarek," Frost said softly, "the Eternal War isn't what you think. You won't find glory there. At least, not the type you think."
"I have to try, Frost," Jarek said stubbornly. "It's the only thing I can think to do right now."
"Wait a few days," the elderly scholar urged. "Think about this."
"I might lose my nerve," Jarek said with a shake of his head. He threw the bag into the back of the chariot.
"Then I suppose we will see you if you return," Frost said solemnly.
Jarek nodded, stepping up into the chariot. Gripping the reins, he moved the horse forward, rolling past the group of people. "Tell the king I'll return his chariot and horse in 2 years," he said. Then, without turning to look back at his friends lest they sway him from his purpose, Jarek whipped Gallant into a gallop and sped out of the stables.
Riala watched him go, trying to fight the tears. He was the only one in the palace she had been able to talk to. After all those years of being alone, she had finally found someone willing to accept her, and now he left without even looking back. He left because of her, Corteth. Deheric. Behind her, Topaz cursed quite vocally. Sephandrius, Bat Chor said sternly. There is a lady in the room. Topaz didn't stop his string of curses. I search all this time, Bat Chor, and I finally discover another human who can do microkinesis, and he runs off like a lord's cursed idiot. You are certain? Bat Chor asked. He is like you? Yes. No, Frost corrected, watching Jarek ride away with discerning eyes. He's not like you, Topaz. You have the power of life. This one has the power of destruction. He worries me. Topaz frowned at the observation. How do you— Riala interrupted him, spinning to face the three. Isn't anyone going to follow him? She demanded. And do what? Topaz asked, hands on his hips. Let him spout more idiocy about wars and glory? He doesn't realize, Frost whispered, reiterating his previous statement. If he even makes it to Falamore, he is soon going to be a very disillusioned young man. Topaz snorted, waving his hand dismissively. He could use a little more disillusionment, if you ask me. It'll be healthy for him. Won't you go after him? Try to help him? Riala asked quietly. Topaz sighed, shaking his head. Don't be so afraid, little one. King Rhodus won't let Jarek go far. He'll send men to bring him back. If he doesn't, Jarek will either run out of food or regain his wits. Let the boy blow off a little steam. He'll probably be back within a few weeks. Riala wasn't so certain. Something felt wrong. Somehow she felt as if she weren't going to see Jarek for a long, long time. I'm worried about him, Topaz, she whispered, choking slightly. She wasn't doing a very good job of holding back those tears. Please, go after him. Topaz paused, then shook his head. The boy has a right to choose his own path. I've tried to force him into one for his own good, but my patience for that is at an end. Let him see where his recklessness takes him. Besides, I'm a little pressed for time right now. There are a dozen important things I should be doing, and I would be doing them if I didn't have a dozen more important things ahead of them. But Chor and I will leave for Jarg within the hour. Riala squared her jaw, pushing back the tears. Then I'll go, she determined. No, Frost said suddenly, stepping forward. Riala, you can't. Someone has to, she said. Frost paused. Then I'll do it, he said. I'll go after him. I'll try and turn him back. If that proves impossible, perhaps I can help keep him safe. Thank you, Riala said passionately, embracing the old scholar. Thank you.
The three men readied their chariots, Batchor and Topaz with well-practiced hands, Frost less adroitly. Riala was gone, off to fetch some traveling food from the larder.
You'll return to Melorant frequently, I assume? Frost said, looking at Topaz.
Perhaps, the Jesk said slowly. Now that my idiot lumberling has run off, the whole point of being here, the bet with Strafen, has kind of had its feet chopped off.
But there is still the girl, Frost pointed out. She has abilities, not ones like Jarek, but powerful ones nonetheless.
True, Topaz agreed.
Watch over her for me, Topaz, Frost pled. I won't be able to return, not the way you do. Please, watch over her.
Topaz's face softened, and he nodded.
I will, Frost.
I always have. The old scholar nodded as Topaz finished his preparations. Batchor already waited in front of the stables, sitting in his large Kichan chariot. Someday I'll figure out what you are, old man, Topaz said, hopping into his own chariot. Then maybe you'll answer a few of my questions. Frost smiled wanly.
Figure out what I am, Topaz, and I will happily answer your questions. Unfortunately, if you know that much, I suspect that you will have the answers already.
The Lords let it be so. Frost nodded. He paused for a second, debating his next words within himself.
Topaz, I know it doesn't seem rational,
But that name is important. If you find it, well, it will tell you something very important." Topaz smiled, reaching up to place his hand on Frost's shoulder. "Thank you, my friend. You take this oath seriously." "You have no idea who I made it to," Frost whispered. "The lords and others. Bless you, Sephandrius." "They'd better," the Jesk said with a snort. "We'll be in some serious trouble if everything depends on me alone. Farewell." Frost nodded as Topaz rolled out of the stable, and, nodding for Batchor to follow, left the palace courtyard. Frost watched them go, then turned to pack the final stack of clothing into his travel bags. "This isn't the way it was supposed to happen," he thought. Of course, when did things ever happen the way they were supposed to? Interlude 2. Lord Hasor, Spear Knight of the Holy Imperial Guard, closed the door to his rooms in the Melorand Palace. He walked immediately to his balcony and closed the shutters, locking the room in darkness. Next he knelt on the floor in the center of the room and began to pray. A few minutes later, Elantris, the White One, God above all gods, appeared before him. Hasor bowed himself to the ground.
"Rise, my child,"
the god spoke, his voice a deep boom that shook Hasor's very soul. Elantris' radiance filled the room, glowing so brightly that everything, bed, walls, and doors, seemed to become white by association. Hasor looked up, adoration in his eyes.
"My lord,"
he whispered.
"Tell me, child, is the king dead?" "No, my lord,"
Hasor replied.
"The one known as Martus slew the assassin." "And what of the others?"
"They took the prince, my god," Hasor explained. It was obvious to him that the god knew his answers before he spoke them, but still he allowed Hasor to talk. Mysterious were the ways of deity.
"They took the prince while everyone was distracted by the assassin. No one in the palace has realized Prince Johann is gone yet. The boy went to his rooms early in the day at my directions. It shouldn't be long before it becomes known that he is missing."
The great white-haired god nodded as he floated in the air above Hasor.
"It is good,"
he declared.
"What do you want of me, O Lord?"
Hasor asked.
"Remain as you are. Become the king's confidant. He will trust you now that your words about the Shodel have proven true. We shall wait and see if the Whore Watchers betray us. If they do, you shall slay them."
"I understand, my god," Hasor intoned. Then, like the sun setting to leave the land lonely and dark, the great being disappeared. Hasor lay on the floor, gasping from the incredible power that had held him during the conversation. Eventually, however, he rose, confident and proud. Few men ever had the privilege of communing directly with a god. The end of Part 2.
Part 3.
Chapter 23. Jarek's chariot was stolen on his 4th day out of Lacton. He had been riding, wondering how long it would take him to reach Falamore, when suddenly he found himself surrounded by fur-clad men riding haunchback. Jarek lost control of the horse when one of the bandits tried to jump from horseback to chariot. The vehicle swerved too close to a tree, or, more accurately, one of the tree's low-hanging branches. The horse and chariot continued down the hard-packed road. Jarek did not. Only then, sitting on the unyielding ground, watching the distant thieves take possession of his chariot, did Jarek begin to realize that his quest for glory might not begin very gloriously. Fortunately, the bandits, assuming he'd stored everything of value in the chariot's compartments, didn't double back to search him. Unfortunately, they assumed correctly. Jarek had no money and nothing of value, not that he'd brought all that much with him to begin with. As the next few days passed, Jarek admitted to himself that he hadn't been thinking very clearly when he departed Lacton. At the time, he had maintained some unfounded notion that as he traveled, the farms and villages he passed would give him what supplies he needed. All his life, food had been there when he wanted it. The lumbermen had been supplied by the king, and of course there had always been enough to eat in the palace. Now, alone and resourceless, Jarek finally came to understand how scarce a commodity food was. In a way, food was the ultimate barrier that separated the castes. The people had nothing to give him. Whatever food they had, they ate themselves, and they certainly weren't willing to share it with a wandering boy, whether he wore a cloak bearing the king's crest or not. The poverty grew worse as he crossed the Trerid River, passing from King Rhodus's land into Aldbin. Here, signs of the recent change in governments were prevalent. Books on politics had told Jarek that a sudden political upheaval, whether by coup or conquest, usually meant difficult times for the peasants. Now he could see firsthand the misery behind Flauden's comment. Difficult times translated into a state of perpetual starvation. No matter how hungry Jarek grew during the days after the robbery, he could still find people who looked worse. Farmers with barely the strength to lift a hoe, children who cried perpetually, unable to understand why the pain in their bellies wouldn't subside. Worst of all were the hollow looks in the peasants' eyes, looks that told Jarek these people had come to accept their state as the natural way of the world. It was natural that they should own nothing. It was natural that they worked endlessly, monotonously, like beasts. It was natural that their children should perish from want of the very thing they struggled every day to produce. Jarek wanted to scream at the hard-eyed foremen he passed, wanted to warn them they were pushing the workers too far, that their greed would bring about an economic disaster. Farms didn't produce if their workers all starved to death. Unfortunately, Jarek knew his complaints would fall on deaf ears. The new Oldbish monarchy was too eager to prove itself, too focused on stabilizing its control to bother with logic. The people watched Jarek as he hobbled down the road. The peasants did so with eyes as flat and dead as the dry ground before them. The overseers, however, regarded him with keen interest. To them, Jarek was nothing more than another set of strong hands to be worked and starved. Only his clothing and bearing, which marked him as a nobleman's courier, no one important himself, for such would never be foolish enough to travel alone, kept Jarek safe. He hurried by, no matter how much his stomach begged him to stop and ask for food. One stray look at his caste mark would bring the end of his freedom. He wore the thin disk hidden beneath 3 layers of clothing, but if anyone asked, he would be forced to either show it to them or refuse, both actions which would brand him as a caste breaker. Free game for whoever was quick enough to be the first to enslave him. He attempted to use the skills his father had taught him, occasionally recognizing an edible plant and less frequently managing to trap a small animal. He did so awkwardly. It had been years since he had been in a position to forage. In addition, the land in Aldbin was very different from what he was accustomed to. There were few trees, found only along riverbeds, and the ground seemed to grow more flat the farther south he went. Even around Lacton there had been trees, if not the deep forests of his childhood. Here there was nothing, emptiness poorly masked by grass. He felt odd looking across those plains. He felt unprotected. Nothing broke the horizon, no mountains, no trees, not even hills. It was as if the lords, when making the world, had grown bored by the time they reached Aldbin. Jarek's birth date came and passed a week after he left the palace. It was to have been a glorious day, the day he finally proved the king's position to the rest of Yolen, the day Jarek was to have defeated Martus, showing that the time he had spent studying instead of training made him the better man. Jarek tried to keep such thoughts out of his mind. He had chosen his path, and he was determined to see it through. Dreams of what could have been would only serve to distract him. Exhausted and hungry, Jarek stumbled into the village just after nightfall. It was a small town with no wall or fortifications, just a simple earthen road with clay brick buildings running along either side. If he hadn't been so concerned with his stomach, he might have paused to remark on the fact that a town he now considered small was still several times larger than his home village. He slowly made his way down the darkened street, heading toward the only building that still showed signs of life. He didn't need to see the picture sign hanging out front to know this would be the town's tavern. He had no money for a room, but the nights were still chilly, and he could at least warm himself for a short while before seeking a place to sleep somewhere in the darkness. He blinked against the tavern's ruddy light as he pushed aside the door-cloth and stepped inside. The fire pit sat at the center of the room like a great brooding doorway straight to the underworld, its scarlet coals giving harsh illumination to the room. The tavern was sparsely occupied, as had been the case with nearly every town he had visited. Travel through Aldbin was tempting, for it provided the most direct route to both Melorand and the northern half of Falamore. However, another thing Jarek's books had taught him was that civil unrest bred thieves like summer bred mice, and his own experience proved that comment true. In addition, if he could trust the hushed comments he had overheard, then the new monarchy was even less reputable than thieves, seizing cargoes or possessions and offering only slight compensation. The serving girl, a slight thing with her hair in commoner's braids, approached, but Jarek waved her aside with an authoritarian air, sitting down as if to contemplate for a moment before ordering. The girl cast her eyes down immediately, noting the crest on his cloak, and rushed away. He had quickly discovered that the more he acted like a nobleman, the more people treated him like one, whether or not he had the caste mark as proof. Jarek chose a place near the fire pit, settling himself on the wooden floor and staring deeply into the inferno of coals. The room smelled of sapry and unwashed bodies, both scents with which Jarek had been forced to grow accustomed. After living so long in the palace, with its baths and scented soaps, he could hardly believe the harsh dirtiness of the outside world. Had he once lived like this? He couldn't reconcile the dirty faces, scraggly hair, and powerful stenches with what his life in Forestham must have been like. He knew logically that people in his village had rarely bathed, kept their hair groomed, or done any of the other things he was now used to. Still, he couldn't imagine that he had ever been so dirty. The sound of a voice clearing caught his attention, and he looked up toward the front of the room. A man in a bright blue fendove and green leggings stood next to the innkeeper, looking out at the room's dozen patrons.
"The good innkeep has asked that I liven the somewhat somber mood of the room with a tale," the man announced in a voice that had the lyrical warble of one who was trying very hard to impress others with his knowledge and culture. "Therefore," the man continued, "I, the Traber Pioza, will favor you with a recounting of the Legends, Book 16, Orion O. de Shell." Traber, a traveling storyteller. Topaz had spoken of them with contempt, claiming they were a poor substitution for a Jesk. However, as far as Jarek knew, Topaz was the last remaining Jesk. Apparently, kings and emperors had grown weary of dealing with the Jesks, who had considered themselves equal to any monarch. The Trabers had taken the Jesk's place in palace courts. Trained in Falamore, the Trabers were much less influential than the Jesks, though if this man were a good example, they had egos to match their ancient counterparts. "De Shell was born the most beautiful of mortal women," the Traber began, speaking in a loud, overdone voice. "She was so desirable, in fact, that no being, mortal, god, or even force of nature could help falling in love with her. When she would travel, Rin, the god of summer would follow her, bringing the life and warmth of the season with him. The sun shone perpetually where Deshel was to be found, hanging lethargically in the sky, enchanted by her beauty and unwilling to bury itself in the sea as it should. Even the cold-hearted Zeth, black god and keeper of the dead, could not help being touched by Deshel's spell.
Jarek sighed, grinding his teeth slightly at the telling. The Traber belted out each word with a voice that could probably be heard back in Mellorand. He likely thought himself dramatic, but the effect was simply clamorous.
When Orion the White saw how Deshel proved such a distraction, preventing the gods from doing their work, the Traber continued to bark, he grew concerned. It is not right that summer should move about with randomness, that the sun should pause in its course. All things need work in order, nature, God, and man. So he came down to Deshel, appearing to her as an old seer. He hailed her as she passed him on the road one morning, saying, "Fair maiden Deshel, most beautiful of all women, what would you trade for your beauty?"
In a way, Jarek felt sorry for the Traber. Looking around the room, Jarek could tell that the tavern patrons were not in a mood to be entertained, at least not in a mood to be entertained by one so annoying. When Jarek had entered, the smattering of traders and travelers sat apart and aloof, each one concentrating only on his mug of saprai. Now their faces were turning dark. The innkeeper, realizing his mistake, was attempting to quiet the Traber, but the man continued his tale uninterrupted. Jarek had to admire his diligence, at least.
"I will trade nothing for my beauty," the fair Deshel replied, "for I know that it is the greatest in the land, and even gods envy me." "But," replied Orion, "does not beauty fade with time? Would it not be better to have riches, or a keen mind, or perhaps eternal life? Any one of these things I will trade you for your beauty." "I will have nothing," the girl declared. "My beauty will never fade. Look how the sun holds high in the air, desiring me with its rays. Feel the summer air around me, and feel the envy of Lady Winter, kept forever at bay when I am near." "I fear that you grow prideful above your station, fair maid," the disguised Orion warned. "Forget not that no matter how beautiful you may be, you are still a mortal woman. Do not seek the realm of the gods. They have granted you a gift. You should not allow it to make you haughty."
The girl yawned and waved dismissively toward the beggar.
"Begone, you! Wretched as you are, you cannot possibly understand what it is to be desired. Leave me be, for my beauty demands the presence of gods, not mortals."
The situation was growing worse. As Jarek watched, several of the traders made eye contact, reaching for their mugs. Jarek was certain the poor Traber would momentarily find himself doused with saprai, finally the source of some true entertainment. He had to do something, but what? Simple pleas to stop obviously wouldn't work. The innkeeper had tried such. Jarek searched for a way to prevent the man's impending embarrassment. In the end, the only thing that popped into his head was to do what Topaz would have done.
"That isn't the way it goes,"
Jarek noted sharply, speaking as the Traber paused for a breath. All eyes turned on Jarek, and the Traber stuttered, losing his rhythm. The innkeeper's requests he could ignore, but a question to his authority was another thing entirely.
"I beg your pardon?" the man asked indignantly.
"The legend," Jarek said, trying to maintain an aloof air. "You're saying it wrong. I don't know what text you used for that translation, but it's hardly lyrical. The legends are poetic masterpieces. Couldn't you have at least tried to put them into verse?" "I'd like to see you do better," the Traber snorted, folding his arms. And so Jarek was left with no recourse but to do just that. He spoke with a clear voice. "So Orion, the creator of light, was turned aside by a mortal girl. Her pride extreme, his rage incurred, he unveiled his self, Orion the White, and changed the shell into a lucent pearl. She dropped to the sea and fell with a gleam to rest in the ocean in the south by the shore. Summer cried out, the sun it wept. They search to this day over mount and stream. They will not forget their love of before." Jarek continued on, falling into a cadence as he spoke. He told of the sun's rage, represented by the god Tycierne, the bringer of fire, at his father Orion. Jarek told of how Summer, or the lesser god Rin, had searched the ocean for Deshel. Finally, he spoke of the legend's moral, explaining the dangers in assuming one was as wise or as powerful as the gods, a veiled warning against caste-breaking. As a final end to the tale, he explained that Rin and Tycierne still search the southern oceans for Deshel, which explains why winter never comes to the southern lands, and why the sun shines longer on their shores. The stanzas came more and more naturally as he continued. Though the words in his head were Falin, the original tongue of the legends, he spoke them in Melaran, using Enfoden's most recent translation. Though Enfoden was hardly a brilliant poet, his was the only Melaran translation that maintained the original rhythm and rhyming of the legends, which Jarek liked. The Traber's knees failed him halfway through Jarek's telling, and he sank down to the floor beside his table. The sullen merchants put down their mugs, watching Jarek with transfixed eyes, the tension melting from their forms. Jarek knew he didn't have the skills of a storyteller. He tried to vary his voice as Topaz did, sometimes letting the words slide from his lips, other times snapping them forth. However, he knew that he would never be able to do the story justice, so mostly he just let the poetry do the work, telling it simply, as he had been taught by Tyrell and then by Vendavius. By the time he finished, the entire room was watching him, smiles twitching at the ends of their lips, their pains and stresses momentarily forgotten. They sat quietly for a moment after the telling, then burst into noise, whistling and clapping. Even the Traber at the front joined in, though his applause was grudging. Jarek held up his hand humbly, shaking his head to refuse an encore. He was no storyteller, and he had no desire to be one. He seriously considered changing his mind, however, when the innkeeper approached a few moments later with a steaming plate of mutton.
"'Tis a good thing you did, master,"
the innkeeper, a lanky, balding man who looked like he could have used a few plates of food himself, said with a bow. He set the plate on the table beside Jarek.
"My lord, when you didn't order anything, I realized that my food was probably beneath your gentle tastes. However, please accept this. 'Tis the least I can do."
Jarek eyed the plate hungrily. "I will consider it, innkeeper," he said, purposefully looking away from the food. The innkeeper bowed, backing away. Jarek waited an excruciating few minutes before he reached over, grabbing a dripping chunk of meat between his fingers and popping it into his mouth, then sighed in pleasure as the taste washed over him. He hadn't even considered telling legends as a means of earning his way to Falamore. He had been trained to believe the simple recitation of legends was beneath a true scholar. The legends, in their pure poetic form, were reserved for the nobility. Most people heard only vulgar recitations as told by the Trabers. Though Jarek hadn't realized what he was doing at the time, he had given the inn's patrons a rare gift this night. As he ate, trying to maintain some air of dignity while he stuffed mutton between his lips, Jarek realized that customs and taboos meant little in the face of starvation. He would tell the legends to anyone who wanted to hear, if it would earn him steady meals. Except he knew that wouldn't work. If news got out that a traveling scholar was misusing the legends, he would certainly be arrested for caste-breaking, even in Aldbin. or perhaps especially in Aldbin. New monarchs tended to be very strict about the caste system. Perhaps he could pretend to be a Traber, telling versions of the legends without the poetic verse. Except if he did that, he would have to abandon his guise as a courier, the only thing that allowed him to travel without his caste mark in prominent view. If he claimed to be a Traber, innkeepers would inevitably demand to see his caste mark as proof. As he pondered the question, however, a shadow fell on his table. He looked up with concern to see a very large, long-bearded man standing over him. It was one of the merchants who had been sitting on the other side of the room, the one who had nearly thrown his mug of saprai at the Traber. Jarek had to resist the urge to jump to his feet and bolt away. Surely the man had found him out. The merchant, however, bowed slightly and seated himself. "My lord," he said with a nod. His tone was not deferential, but it was not antagonistic either. Technically, even a very wealthy merchant had to bow before the poorest of noblemen. "Yes?" Jarek asked uncertainly.
"My lord, I assume you are a scribe of some sort?"
the man asked in a gruff tone, waving the serving girl to bring him another drink. "I have recently finished my training under the scholar Vendavius of Trixandos," Jarek said carefully. The man nodded.
"Then you can write?"
the merchant confirmed. Jarek frowned. "Of course I can write," he replied. The man held up a thick-fingered hand.
"No offense intended, good master,"
he said. Then, continuing with care, he spoke again.
"How much compensation would you require for your services?"
Jarek blinked. The man couldn't write. Then Jarek shook his head at his own stupidity. Of course the man wasn't literate. Vendavius had spoken on this. The hiring of tutors to train children was still a relatively new idea outside of Trixandos. Most people, merchants, nobles, or kings, couldn't read. They simply hired scribes to write and read for them. The merchant was watching him expectantly. "Well," Jarek said musingly, he had no idea what to charge. "I am not really in need of any extra funds at the moment. If it is a simple job, then I will accept a silver kryn." His eyes went to the merchant's face at the proclamation. Would the man laugh? Had he asked for too much?
My lord is too kind,"
the man said with a deep smile on his face.
"All I need is for my lord to scribe a letter for me."
"All right," Jarek said, cleaning his fingers in his dipping bowl. "You have parchment and a quill?" The man looked up with surprise. "Mine is packed away in my chariot, fool," Jarek said, thinking quickly. "You expect me to go out into the cold and dig it out just so I can write a silly letter?" The man's face grew ashamed.
"Of course not, my lord," he said quickly. "One of my associates has some. I will go beg it off of him."
Jarek nodded curtly. Inside, he felt a little sick at the way he was acting. He'd hated nobles who projected the very bearing he now imitated, but he had little choice. If he deviated from what was expected, he could very well leave the inn this night a slave to the same merchant who was now obeying him.
"Here, my lord,"
the man said, waddling across the floor to give him a sheet of parchment, quill, and ink. "You may begin," Jarek said, dipping the tip of the quill into the ink. The hefty merchant scratched at his beard uncomfortably. Then, in a low voice, he began,
"Address it to, my dearest love bunny," he said.
Jarek looked up with droll eyes, the words, "You're kidding," on his lips. He stopped before speaking, however. The man's face bore no laughter, only seriousness. Sighing to himself, Jarek began to write.
"Your lips are as delicious as saprai," the man continued. "Your ears are like flowers. Your breasts like 2 hills for me to run across. Your eyes are like 2 more breasts."
Jarek successfully repressed a groan.
"I will return soon. Until then, entertain your husband so he will think nothing is awry."
Jarek looked up, and the merchant blushed. "Is that all?" Jarek asked dryly.
"Sign it, your powerful ox,"
the man requested. Jarek did so, then handed the man back his paper. He no longer felt guilty at his arrogance. He was simply disgusted. That emotion evaporated, however, as the merchant placed a silver coin on the table and then backed away, rolling the paper and tucking it into his shirt pocket. He would hire a messenger, probably one who couldn't read, to deliver it. Jarek picked up the coin, staring at its sheen with wide eyes. He had never owned so much money. In fact, he had never owned any money.
"I suppose I should congratulate you, young master,"
a tired voice said from behind him. Jarek jumped, spinning at the familiar voice. It couldn't be. Frost? He asked with confusion. The man seated at the table behind him pulled back the cowl of his cloak, revealing the old, thin-bearded face of Jarek's tutor. "You followed me," Jarek accused.
"Did you really think no one would, young master?"
Frost pointed out. Jarek paused. "No," he admitted. He had actually feared that Rhodus would send guards to collect him. "But why didn't you tell me?" Frost regarded the coin still pinched between Jarek's fingers.
"I had been hoping, young master, that you would grow wearied and hungered enough from your travels to return home. I am not here to help you, Jarek. I am here to try and make you see reason."
Jarek turned away, accepting a mug of saprai, something he could now afford, from the serving girl as she moved through the room. "I have seen reason, Frost," he replied bitterly. "In fact, I see more clearly now than I ever did in the palace. I was deluding myself, thinking I would be accepted because I was able to memorize more than Martis. There was only one way to win glory in this world." He heard the floorboards creak behind him as Frost rose, walking over to take a seat next to Jarek. He didn't respond immediately to his student's comment.
"There are many people in this world," the old man finally said, his eyes reflecting the fire pit's red glow. "Some give glory to those who win wars, others glorify those who seem the most beautiful or the most intelligent. What none of them realize is that glory is not a thing to be given of men."
He fell silent, leaving Jarek confused. Eventually, Frost spoke again.
"One thing is certain, young master. You are perseverant. I thought you would turn back when your chariot was stolen."
"You saw that?" Jarek demanded incredulously. Frost nodded, still looking into the coals. "Why didn't you do something?" Jarek asked.
"Do what, young master?" Frost asked pointedly. "I cannot stop thieves on horseback, and you survived the attack with few bruises. Remember, I want you to give up this foolish quest. I thought it quite appropriate that you should be confronted with the real world so soon after leaving the palace."
Jarek turned away angrily. All his life he had been a piece in other men's games. Well, no more. Now he was leading his own life.
"You were close, young master," Frost continued. "I could see that. A few more days sleeping on cold dirt, a few more days with nothing to eat but berries and roots, and you would have turned back."
Jarek ground his teeth, trying to deny the comment to himself. Yet he knew that Frost was probably right. He wouldn't have been able to stand much more, not when he knew the comfortable life that waited for him back in the palace. A life without Corteth, a life watching Martis be heralded by the townspeople, but a life without hunger. But something had changed. Jarek raised the coin in the air before him once again. "This changes everything, doesn't it, Frost?" he said, more to himself than to the tutor. "I pass so many merchants and nobles, most of whom cannot read, let alone write. All of them are days away from a major city where they could find and hire a scribe. It took my father 10 years to save up the same amount of money that I earned in barely a few minutes of writing."
"There is an elite group in this world beyond the rich, young master," Frost agreed. "There are those who know and those who do not. Melorand is an aberration. It is the only nation on Yolen that has a literate king.
Scribes are very valuable assets. Jarek smiled, waving over the innkeeper. "Innkeeper, I would like a room," he declared. The man bobbed excitedly, obviously thinking that his food had impressed Jarek into staying. "You may stay with me if you wish, Frost," he invited, standing to follow the innkeeper. The old scholar sighed. However, he did rise to follow. As they walked toward the back of the room, Jarek paused by the merchant's table and, speaking loud enough that other tables could hear, he said, "My man has just told me that we will need to travel farther than expected, and I would like to avoid a detour to pick up extra funds. If any of you have literary needs, I shall be in my room contemplating the writings of Flovalus for another couple of hours. Ask the innkeeper to direct you to my room." Then, shooting Frost a thin-lipped smile, Jarek turned away from the common room. Chapter 24. The room made Topaz remember exactly why he avoided inns in northern Yolen. They all seemed to have been designed by the same simple-minded architect, musty, crowded, and unimaginative. There were, of course, no chairs. Everyone sat on the floor, pressed up against one another before the low tables favored in the area. It was loud, a trait common to every restaurant outside of Trixandos. Both table and floor were stained with the remnants of numerous spilled drinks, spills that had been cleaned up with only a half-hearted swipe of a dirty rag that had probably once been the owner's loincloth. The light was dim, a prerequisite for any dirty, overpriced inn. A fire pit stood at the center of the structure, its scarlet coals roasting the carcass of a whole pig on the spit above. The stench of the overcooked meat permeated the room, and only careful training allowed Topaz to keep from retching at the smell. They had taken their path to the west, crossing out of Melorand and into the kingdom of Jarg. Topaz had ridden through Aldbin on his way north a few months back and did not want to repeat the experience. This way might be longer, but at least in Jarg there was food to be had at the inns, even if it was horribly overpriced. If, that was, one could call the inn's offerings food. Shaking his head, Topaz turned away from the pig, only to see Batchor practically drooling beside him. "You can't possibly be anticipating a slice of that thing, Batchor," Topaz complained to his friend's wide-eyed look. Batchor blinked, looking over at Topaz with a snort of indifference.
"He is a warrior's meal,"
the Kichan declared. Topaz shook his head, catching himself before he leaned his elbows against the tabletop. True, he was wearing his traveling clothes, but he liked to think that even they were above certain indecencies. The serving girl was approaching, a young woman so top-heavy that if she ever tripped and fell over, she'd probably never be able to climb to her feet. Assuming, of course, she didn't fall on her chest and bounce right back up.
"I will have the pig," Batchor announced. "Very much of him."
The serving girl nodded, turning to Topaz. "Do you have any vegetables?" he asked hopefully. The girl gave him a dumb look.
"Vegetables?"
"They usually grow in the ground," Topaz said, mumbling half to himself. "Often green." He sighed. "Just bring me some bread," he said. The girl shrugged, turning to pick her way through the jumble of bodies, legs, and pinching fingers.
"Do you miss him?"
Batchor asked. "Miss what, Batchor?" Topaz asked, leaning back. At least they were next to a wall. Not that the wall would be any cleaner than the tables, of course, but he could delude himself into thinking so, as long as he didn't look back.
"Eating meat,"
the Kichan said, accepting a mug of sap-rye from another serving girl. Topaz shrugged. "Honestly, Batchor, it's been so long that I can't remember what it tastes like." Batchor shook his head as he took a long gulp from the mug.
"The true God has been very unkind to you, my friend," he said.
Topaz didn't respond at first, instead taking a sip from his own mug. The frothy drink tasted much too strongly of the sap from which it was made. He would be glad indeed when he could return to civilization, where one could order true Lallan wine with any meal. His words to Batchor had been true. He didn't really mind not being able to eat meat. In fact, he tried to think about such things as little as possible. The last time he had even entertained the notion of sampling some Trixandian Kylios ribs, once one of his favorite dishes, he had become physically ill. He turned to Batchor, intent on finally responding to the Kichan's comment. As he turned, however, he was confronted by the sight of his friend's thin Kichan eyes, silted in rage, his mouth forming a slight snarl. "What?" Topaz asked, following Batchor's gaze. At the table next to their own, on Topaz's side of the room, sat a group of what appeared to be Jargish traders. Their cloaks were thick and torn in numerous places, their beards unkempt and soaked with sapphire froth. They were laughing to themselves as one of their members noticed Topaz's scrutiny. "Looks you and got to cack long well trained there's," he called in the nearly unintelligible Meloran dialect of Jarg. "Even eats at the table." Batchor growled beside him. Kak was short for kakcha, a Falin word for sneeze that was also used as a derogatory term for a Kichan. Apparently, it was thought that the Kichan language somewhat resembled the sound of a man sneezing. Topaz looked back at Batchor, who was reaching under the table to slip his thick-soled Kichan sandal off his foot. "No shoes," Topaz ordered sternly. "But he has offended the honor of the great descendant of the great Cherutar," Batchor argued. "He is an idiot, and not worth your time," Topaz argued back. "Or your shoe. Leave the sandal on your foot, Batchor." The Kichan grumbled a bit, but he took his fingers off of the sandal and turned back to his mug. Topaz shook his head. He was often surprised at Batchor's relative open-mindedness, but at heart the man was still a Kichan. A few seconds later, the food arrived. Topaz regarded his plate with a decided lack of excitement. The cook had managed to scrounge up some sickly-looking onions, which he had proceeded to smother with at least an entire mug's worth of butter. Beside the onions, he had still placed a moderate chunk of dead pig, as if unable to fathom someone actually wanting a meal without a large hunk of something dead attached to it. Trying not to look, Topaz stabbed the ham and slid it onto Batchor's plate. The merchant grunted in appreciation. "Don't mention it," Topaz mumbled, breaking off a hunk of bread and dipping it in the buttered onions. He only half heard the comment from the next table, the punchline of a joke about a Kichan trader and 3 Falin prostitutes. Topaz had heard it before. He didn't think it was particularly funny. Apparently, neither did Batchor. The sandal whizzed past Topaz's face, knocking the bread out of his hand and smashing into the Jargish trader's face. Topaz sighed to himself, leaning back and feeling the table shake as Batchor leapt to his feet and hurled himself at the group of traders with a mighty yell. "Batchor," he sighed to himself, "for a surprisingly intelligent Kichan, sometimes you're also surprisingly dense." Walking with a leisurely stride, Topaz wove his way out of the tavern as it exploded into a massive brawl. He would have preferred to slip out a window, but Northerners seemed to have something against windows. There was only one in the entire room, and it was on the opposite wall. Several men took swings at him as he hopped over fallen tables, stepped around wrestling bodies, and ducked impromptu projectiles. He dodged the attacks quietly, not swinging back. Such wouldn't have done him any good. He would only miss anyway. Just as his body would no longer allow him the luxury of eating meat, it also prevented him from doing harm to another man. No matter how hard he tried, his attacks always missed. Eventually, he reached the exit and stepped into the faint evening light. Gang was like most Jargish mining towns, squat, dirty, and absolutely lacking in anything reminiscent of creativity. The buildings were made of a uniform, shabby-looking wood that gave the town an impermanent look, like the entire town could be shut down and abandoned without a second glance. The Jargish people maintained few illusions or hopes about their land. Such would have required too much imagination. Historically, their copper mines couldn't compete with the rich tin and gold deposits of Melorand, especially now that more and more armies were turning to iron for their weapons. With land too rocky for cattle, too dry for forestry, and only mediocrely blessed with minerals, Jarg was the poorest nation of Yolen and would probably remain that way. Topaz leaned against the side of the tavern, feeling the boards shake beneath his back as the ruckus continued inside. He took a sip from the mug of bitter sap rye he'd rescued and watched with marginal interest as bodies were occasionally tossed out the door. The gang city guards would be slow in responding, of course. Jargs tended to be even more lax about brawling than Kichans. It was one of the country's main national pastimes. As he stood and thought, watching the bodies pile up in front of him, Topaz forced himself to confront his bad mood. He didn't like being surly. In fact, he was notorious for mocking those with bad dispositions. Of course, most people didn't have to watch 10 years' worth of effort flutter away, destroyed by the fickle whims of a teenage boy. He was severely displeased with the turn of events in Melorand. Topaz had worked for over a decade gaining Rhodis's trust and then encouraging the monarch to act on his natural feelings of justice. For the first time in his life, Topaz had found a monarch willing to challenge the caste system. A peasant had actually been trained in the learning of Trexandos, and he had turned out more intelligent than even Topaz had expected. Then, a bare week before Jarek's success would have made a mockery of castes and class oppression, the boy ran off. What's more, in Jarek's disappearance, Topaz had lost one of his few clues about his own nature. He had been learning a lot from the boy. For instance, Jarek could eat meat. He could also fight. Not very well, granted, but he could swing a sword and his muscles wouldn't rebel. The boy was obviously different than Topaz, but at the same time he could see microkinetically, which made them similar. Topaz could only guess that the boy's talents would turn out to be different than his own, but what those talents were was still a mystery. Jarek had left too soon. Beside him, the door opened again, but this time a form walked out instead of getting thrown. Topaz turned to see Batchor, his long Acairn coat dripping with sap rye, his round face looking extremely pleased. "You got your sandal back?" Topaz asked dryly. Batchor pointed to his reshod foot, smiling. Topaz shook his head with a sigh. A thrown shoe was the Kichan way of initiating a fight, a symbol that the owner had been irrevocably offended. Topaz had once seen a room full of Kichan get into a brawl. The air had been so full of shoes, one might have thought a cobbler had been caught in a tornado. Batchor followed his friend through the small town, leaving the tavern behind just before the watch arrived. Batchor felt invigorated. There were few things as refreshing as a good, harmless fight. He knew Topaz didn't approve, but Batchor didn't care. The Jesk was a remarkably insightful man, but in some areas, primarily fighting, he was amazingly close-minded. Of course, that probably had something to do with his condition. Topaz had never said anything on the subject, but Batchor had eyes. He had seen Topaz try to attack an opponent. The Jesk was incredibly fluid and dexterous, right up to the point where his weapon was about to connect. Then he would miss. For some reason, Topaz was physically unable to defend himself. Batchor didn't try to understand it. He just realized that when their endeavors came to fighting, Topaz would be of little help. Topaz led them away from the scene of the brawl, heading toward the town's other inn. The sun set early here next to the mountains, falling behind their veil and dropping the land into an early dusk. Still, there was enough light for Batchor to see some of the city. Batchor liked Jarg. Its people weren't known for being Yolen's brightest, but they had an ingenuous simplicity about them that Batchor preferred over the conniving scheming of people from the south. Jargish buildings had the same straightforward utilitarian style found in Melorand, even if they were a bit less sturdy. Batchor also saw remnants of his people's history in Jarg. Jarg, then a province of the Kichan Empire, had been founded by Emperor Kathchi IV. Tired of dependence on Melorand for minerals, Kathchi had set up mines in the Ryre Mountains and stocked them with Yolish slaves. The empire fell before the mines became productive, and the descendants of those slaves had eventually founded modern Jarg, left alone mostly because no one else wanted their land. Signs of the Kichan Empire were prevalent in Jarg. Fallen temples to the true god, blockish formations of stone architecture, even the occasional inscription in Old Kichan. When he saw such things, Batchor was able to remember that his people had not always been wanderers scattered among the people of Yolen. Kichan had been a mighty empire once, and the stories promised that one day his people would gather again. A particularly fierce wind came upon them suddenly, whipping Batchor's Akern. There was one thing he hated about Jarg, however: the cold. The Jargish highlands felt chilly to him even in the summer. The wind blew against his bare chest, blowing up under his chellerbeth, and gnawing against his legs. He shivered despite himself. If the cold continued, he feared he would have to abandon his traditional clothing, at least marginally, by wearing leggings hidden under his chellerbeth and tying his Akern closed with a belt. Topaz looked back at him as they walked up the short wooden steps into the inn, obviously noticing his friend's chilled look. "Batchor, I absolutely refuse to feel sorry for you," the Jesk noted. "Not so long as you insist on walking around bare-chested." "He is a warrior's way," Batchor mumbled, his words weakened by the sound of his teeth chattering slightly. Topaz snorted. "Watch your skirt. I'd rather not have the wind show us anything we don't want to see." Batchor forestalled his usual comment of, "He is not a skirt." He was too focused on the cold. Perhaps he shouldn't have let that traitor douse him in saprai. It had seemed the preferable option at the time, considering another traitor had been about to clobber him with a table leg. Still, the sudden wind was making him wonder if he wouldn't have rather had a bruise. "Keep moving, Jesk," he ordered, nodding toward the inviting firelight of the inn's interior. The Jesk smiled slightly, then led the way into the inn. Like most Jargish buildings, it was only one story, and the door opened right into the dining area. People sat scattered around the floor, eating at low tables. It wasn't as full as the last tavern had been, however. Topaz paused as the owner approached, smiling. "What into preference there's? We're in tired from to travels there," Topaz responded, perfectly mimicking the native dialect, something he often did when he was traveling. He claimed it made people more comfortable. Perhaps the Jesk was finally getting over the distemperament that had been afflicting him the last few days. "We ain't just long wanting a room." The innkeeper nodded. Batchor, however, growled his dissent. "Food," he noted, nodding toward the people. "Not a chance, my friend," Topaz mumbled back. "This is the last inn in town. I'm not going to give you an opportunity to destroy this one as well." "But I threw my plate at one of my enemies," Batchor complained. He was even hungrier than before. A good fight always gave him an appetite. Topaz sighed, turning back to follow the innkeeper toward their room. They wove through the crowd of people and arrived at the back of the building, where a short hallway led to 3 doors. As usual, none of them had locks. Topaz claimed the Jargish people were too dense to consider stealing as an option. The innkeeper opened the door, gesturing to the room. "That ain't a big best room," he announced. "Long good," Topaz replied with a smile. "We ain't also wantin' food. They're in bringing us to Long Best, right?" "'Tis right," the man said, bowing slightly as he turned back to his room full of diners. Topaz nodded back to Batchor. "Are you satisfied?" "I will have to taste the food first." "I am satisfied," Batchor declared, leaning back. The meal had been surprisingly good, as were their accommodations. The innkeeper had brought his dinner in on a low table, and their room even contained a short desk and stool. Topaz sat at this now, completely focused as he scribbled on a piece of parchment by candlelight. "I could tell that from the belch, Batchor," Topaz mumbled, pausing to dip his quill. There was a slight smile on his lips, however, as he looked down at the page. "You are in a better mood," Batchor observed. "I've come to accept what I cannot change and what I can, Batchor." "The boy's disappearance no longer bothers you?" "Oh, it does," Topaz corrected. "But there's nothing I can do for him right now. I considered turning back several times, but we just don't have the time anymore. My pet projects will have to wait for now. We have a greater work to do." Batchor paused. "And what is that?" Topaz paused, looking up. "What is what, Batchor?" "What is our greater purpose?" Batchor asked, pushing away from the low table and leaning against the wooden wall. It groaned a complaint. "Topaz, I have traveled with you on and off for years, but most of what I have learned I have had to guess. When are you going to tell me what we are doing?" Topaz set down the pen, looking up with curious eyes. Finally, after studying Batchor for a long moment, he spoke. "You tell me, Batchor, what have we been doing all this time?" "Collecting stories," Batchor replied. "Finding old books, talking to grandfathers. I know what we do. I do not know why." Topaz paused, then he reached over and picked up his pen again. "Here, read this," he requested, pointing at the page. Batchor rose, shuffling over to the table. "What is he?" "You'll recognize it, I promise," Topaz said. Batchor leaned down over the low table. What he found written on the paper surprised him. "The Prophecy of Cherutar?" he exclaimed. It was perhaps the most famous section of the Book of Kichan, his people's most holy of writings. He didn't know Topaz had read it. The book was supposed to be forbidden to outsiders. Of course, he should have suspected. There seemed to be few books in the world Topaz hadn't read. Not certain whether to be angered or just shocked, Batchor stared at the page for an extended moment. Only then did he realize that the script, penned in Topaz's handwriting, was written perfectly in Old Kichan, and the ink was still wet. "You speak Old Kichan?" he demanded. "A little," Topaz confessed. "I hope you'll forgive my trespass," the Jesk said solemnly. "When did you read him?" Batchor demanded, still unsure whether he would forgive the trespass or not. "In your father's tent," Topaz explained. "He gave it to me." "Never!" Batchor gasped. "You lie!" His hands twitched, one nearly reaching out to crumple the obscene paper and the other moving involuntarily toward his sandal. However, he held himself back. Topaz deserved a chance to explain. Topaz paused. "Well, perhaps gave is the wrong term, Batchor," the Jesk confessed. "He understood how important it was for me to read the Book of Kichan, but he couldn't bring himself to give it to me. So he just put the book on the floor and left the room. He gave the choice and the condemnation to me." "And you read him?" Batchor said slowly. "Well, not really. I didn't need to read it. I just needed to look at the pages and memorize them. The reading came later. When your father came back 10 minutes later, the book was back on the floor. We never spoke of it again." Batchor sat back, resting on the room's other stool. He had known about Topaz's memory, but the entire Book of Kichan in 10 minutes? Batchor had been forced to memorize a scroll's worth of text to pass his warrior's rites as a young man, and that had taken him a year to manage. The entire book was 15 scrolls long. More amazing than Topaz's accomplishment was Batchor's father. How had his father, the great Bat-Kal, aided in such a blasphemous project? Batchor mumbled, dumbfounded. Sneaking into other people's heathen temples was one thing, but it was quite different to learn that Topaz had done the same to the Kichan. "Your father was a great man, Batchor." "He was." On that much they could agree. "He did what was necessary as far as his conscience would let him," Topaz continued. "If the true God wants to punish someone, he'll take me." He won't," Batchor finally decided. "What you did, what my father did, was correct." Topaz nodded slowly, studying Batchor's face. "I'm glad you think that." Batchor wasn't completely convinced of his own words, and he knew Topaz could sense that, but they both let his willingness to say them stand. "But," Batchor continued, moving on.
Why have you written them?
Sometimes it helps me think if I can see things before me rather than just in my mind, Topaz explained. Here, let us get back to what I was showing you. What is the meaning behind the prophecy of Cherutar?
That Cherutar will return,
Batchor said, feeling a little uneasy about speaking of such holy subjects. Topaz had obviously read them already, however, so he knew holding back would be foolish.
That he will come to reunite our people again, as he did long ago.
Ah, but it won't exactly be Cherutar, will it? Topaz corrected, holding up a finger. Batchor shuffled in his seat uncomfortably. The first time Cherutar came, he united the clans, Topaz began. Then he led them to conquer the eastern half of the continent. Except the legends say, and the Book of Kichan agrees, that it wasn't really Cherutar that provided the force of unification. It was the true God. He came down and became Cherutar.
No, Batchor corrected. The true God did not become Cherutar. Cherutar was given the guise of the true God. The true God dwelled in him, but Cherutar was still an individual.
Right, Topaz said. And the next time, the so-called return of Cherutar will be the same. The true God will choose someone from amongst the Kichan people, and he will use that man to unite them. Not a literal return of Cherutar, simply another acting in his same role.
Yes,
Batchor said with a solemn nod. Topaz was speaking of things that had never, to Batchor's knowledge, been discussed with a non-Kichan. Some outsiders knew of the prophecies of Cherutar's return, but not of the doctrine of the guise of the true God. This second Cherutar, Topaz was continuing, reading the paper before him, he will come from amongst the common of the world, be least suspected but most worthy, lowest of men but highest in divinity. He will descend into death but conquer and return with blessings for his people. Batchor nodded. The quote was directly from the book. Now look at this, Topaz said, pulling out a second sheet of paper. Do you recognize this? Batchor accepted the sheet.
This is from the Yolish legends, Batchor said. One of the more famous ones.
Right, Topaz said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. It's the legend of Gantala, called Gathba in your language. Gantala was the half-mortal son of Orion the White. He was born to this earth, where he lived as a common man until he was forced to travel to the underworld to bring the life-giving Eurus plant to his people. Now this one. Batchor accepted the next sheet.
I do not recognize this.
It's an ancient Rhodean prophecy, Topaz explained. It speaks of a man named Phaedes, who will be born of the gods, slay the god of death, and bring immortality to the inhabitants of Yolen. Next, once again Topaz handed him another sheet. This one's Melaran, dating back to the days when they worshipped a god named Aldwin, or Old One, the modern god Aldvin. It tells the tale of a young peasant boy found by the king's daughter and raised in the palace. The princess names him Coral and gives him the blessings of a royal life. Eventually, her kindness was rewarded as the boy turns out to be the son of Aldwin. He slays a beast sent by Zeth, which was terrorizing the country, and plunders its lair, bringing peace and wealth to the people. Topaz already had another page ready for him. Agaron, the Jesk explained. Batchor nodded. Everyone knew the legend of Agaron, greatest emperor of Rhodeus. He had been a peasant, the son of a table-maker who had risen to the throne. He was said to have battled the Black One for the right to the most beautiful woman in the world. Batchor set the paper aside, looking up to find a stack of paper as thick as a man's finger held in Topaz's hands. They're all the same story, Batchor, the Jesk explained. Half of them prophecies, half of them legends, but all following the same basic pattern. A child is born of the gods, he is lost and lives as a peasant until he exhibits enormous powers. He defeats death and eventually comes to lead his people to great prosperity and unity. No matter who they are, no matter what language they speak, everyone wants to tell the same story. Every culture I visit has almost exactly the same legend or prophecy. The Kichan have the return of Cherutar, the Melaran have their choral, and everyone tells stories of Agaron. The official legends of the Yolish religion speak of both Galtala and the goddess Mathona, who is supposed to come and unify the Yolish continent for good.
"The same story," Bachor mumbled. "But what good is a story?"
He thought for a moment, considering Topaz. What would the Jesk want with all of these prophecies? Then his head snapped up.
"You mean to use these, don't you?"
Topaz smiled. "Someone has to unify our continent, Bachor," he explained. "The Melaran squabble with the Old Bish, the Fallen hate the Trexandians, and the Kichan pretty much fight with whoever's convenient at the time. If we are going to survive what is coming, whatever it is, then we will have to be one people. These prophecies are going to do that." Bachor looked down at the sheet of parchment in his hand. In all their time together, he had never heard Topaz speak in favor of superstition or religion.
"You don't believe them, do you?"
Bachor guessed. Topaz paused. "No," he admitted. "They're all the same story, but they aren't connected. I've tried to link them together, to trace their roots, but it appears that these hero stories are simply a part of human nature. I don't think there's any truth to them, but the people do believe them, and that's what matters. I will find them a hero, and I will make him fulfill these prophecies, these stories everyone's been telling themselves from the beginning of time. The idea of this universal hero is so powerfully ingrained into them that they won't be able to resist following him." Bachor looked up with dark eyes. He wasn't certain what to think of such a plan.
"You do a dangerous thing, Topaz," he warned. "You should not play with people's faith."
"Faith is a good thing, Bachor," Topaz said quietly. "But I have felt something in this world, something I don't understand, something evil. I have another stack of papers, one not so big, that speak of it, tales of a monster that betrays humankind and sacrifices them to destruction. Those stories I do believe."
"Why believe one and not the other?" Bachor demanded. "Why are you so quick to accept the evil and not the good?"
"Because, my friend, the stories about the evil one are different." The Jesk reached over, pulling out a blank sheet of paper, then began scribbling. Bachor leaned forward to watch. "The story of the hero appears in every culture and every people with no apparent link between incarnations," Topaz explained, making a short list on the paper. "They speak of something inherent in humankind, an acknowledgement of our progression through life. People who have been completely secluded, left with no stories from the past, will eventually create legends and prophecies involving the hero. Take Jarg, for instance. They were completely isolated by your Kichan government, left without religion, which was forbidden of the slaves. Today they have a dozen different legends that follow the heroic pattern. Now the evil one, this force I speak of, it's different," Topaz continued by writing some words on the page, then linking them with lines. "For one, there aren't as many stories about it, and the legends I have found are much more specific, even if they do differ slightly. However, each of those differences can be traced. The stories about this force, whether it be Zeth the Black or the one you Kichan call Chathis Hor, are like steps. You can follow how the story changed as time progressed. It seeped into different cultures as groups broke away and nations diverged." Topaz paused in his writing. He had started with a group of 20 names representing stories, then had drawn a line coming from each one, pointing down toward the bottom of the paper. Whenever two lines met, Topaz wrote names. Some Bachor recognized, though most he did not. Topaz continued drawing, forming a picture something like a tree or a bolt of lightning. What began as a dozen different names merged slowly until there were only 3 left. All 3 pointed back at one missing name, the story at the base of the tree. "The tales form an arrow, Batchor," Topaz continued, his eyes glittering with excitement. "There's some original story, unlike the hero legend, which is too varied and far too universal to have come from one myth. In fact, I've often wondered how many of the hero stories were created simply because people knew the story of this evil one and were uncomfortable knowing that the old legends provided for no way to defeat him. Regardless, the story of Szeth, or whatever his name is real, and I can only assume he is real as well. Somewhere in time, a story, legend, or event arose that was so powerful, its legacy has continued for thousands of years. Whatever it was that inspired this story is the thing we are fighting." Batchor scratched his head. "The 5th god," he mumbled. Topaz nodded. "The 5th god. He's our enemy, Batchor. That's what I've been doing all this time. I became a Jesk because it was a way to collect stories, and as I collected, I was able to divide them into these 2 groups. The hero that man hopes will come, and the evil that he knows exists. The evil is coming. I don't know how I know, but I do. We'll have to make a hero by the time it gets here." Batchor looked at Topaz's stack of papers, watching the flickering candle as it burned slowly. "The boy," he finally realized. "Jerik." "He was my best prospect," Topaz admitted. "He came from a peasant family. He had powers you could attribute to godhood." He paused, looking up. "The Kichan would never follow him. He is not Kichan." "The Book of Kichan doesn't say anything about the second Cherotar being a Kichan," Topaz noted. "I looked." "But—" "They would follow," Topaz interrupted, "if their leader, head of the clans, told them to." Batchor drew in a sharp breath. "He would never do such a thing." "Perhaps," Topaz said with a slight shrug. "I would like to think that he gives my suggestions more than passing thought. For now, let's worry about our enemy. Jerik is a moot point anyway. As much as I like the boy, I can't help him. Hopefully, Rhodus will bring him back. If not, well, he's decided to make his own path now." Chapter 25. From their vantage atop the hill, Jerik and Frost could see the strange landscape. Just ahead, the land of southern Falamore, normally fertile and green in the year-round warmth, suddenly turned brown and dark. The hills dribbled into an enormous flat plateau, the grasses failing at its edges, the land growing sterile and lifeless. Here, extending for miles in either direction, the infamous shattered plains spread out before them. The schisms began small, apparently no more than natural cracks in the sun-dried earth. At the edges of the shattered plains, the largest cracks were barely wider than a man's finger. They interlaced, joined, and diverged, running like tiny dried-out rivers. As they moved farther out onto the flat, lifeless steppes, however, the cracks grew larger. They expanded, slowly changing from cracks to chasms, until finally the land itself seemed to fall away, breaking into thousands of column-like plateaus. Most were still close to one another, some even within jumping distance, but the rifts between them were sheer and incredibly deep. Jerik stood awed beside Frost, looking out at the disjointed plateaus. "How?" he asked in wonder.
"Dragonsteel, young master," Frost explained. "This is where it comes from. It seeps up from the ground, gathering in pools at the tops of those plateaus. Long ago this place was a flat plain, but thousands of years of erosion have eaten away at the ground.
Dragonsteel, however, is indestructible. Over time, it seeped into the ground around the places where it pools, strengthening the earth. As a result, the ground there doesn't wear away. The final product is what you see before you, a system of plateaus and thin but very deep gorges. The young boy's eyes were filled with wonder as he looked down. Frost smiled slightly. As much as he disapproved of the logic behind Jarek's travels, he knew the experience had done the boy immeasurable good. Over the last 3 months of traveling, Jarek had experienced the wondrous variety of the land, seeing what life was like on the continent of Yolen. Now if the boy could only manage to keep himself from getting slaughtered in the eternal war. Frost sighed, looking out over the shattered plains. The sight was familiar to him, though admittedly there weren't many sights in the world that hadn't long since become familiar to him. The land was a dear old friend to Frost, no matter what face it chose to put on. Looking at the shattered plains, however, he felt a special affection well up in his heart. Not for the plains themselves. To him, those only represented Dragonsteel and death. They did, however, remind him of a place nearby, a place he had once called home. "Is that the place?" Jarek asked, nodding toward the edge of the shattered plains. A short distance away, built at the base of a hill, was a semi-permanent collection of tents and wooden structures. Thousands of people milled about, light twinkling as it reflected off of their various weapons and armor. "Yes," Frost admitted flatly. Jarek barely kept himself from dashing toward the tents in an exuberant run. After 3 months of laborious travel, they were finally here. The shattered plains. He contained his excitement as they began to walk toward the army. It was vital that he make a good impression. Except for that first week, his trek across Yolen had gone remarkably, if uneventfully, well. Under Frost's counsel, he had kept a low profile, offering his services only in smaller towns where suspicious nobles or jealous rivals would be less likely to demand his caste mark as proof of his station. Wherever he had gone, there had always been quick demand for a scribe. Frost claimed that it was because the nations of Yolen were only beginning to understand the true benefits of literacy, and in the wake of the explosion of interest, there weren't enough trained scribes to do the work. In many areas, Jarek's position as a scribe had earned him more respect and admiration than if he had been a powerful Ka-lord rather than a simple courtier. He had soon been able to afford an ox and cart, and after that they could move more quickly. Traveling in such a manner was less dignified than using a chariot, but it was also cheaper and less likely to mark him as a target for bandits. He had sold both animal and vehicle at the last stop before arriving. The land had changed a great deal as they moved south. They had taken a direct route through the mountains that divided Falamore in half, leaving Aldbin behind as soon as possible. After climbing up through the Falan Mountains, which, in Jarek's opinion, were more hills than true mountains, they had dropped into the lush area known as the Rothandan Valley. Here the land was fed by the 2 branches of the Fluise River, creating a long strip of land that many scholars called the most fertile area on the continent. And as the 2 travelers had dropped out of the mountains, Jarek had seen why. The land to the north consisted of flat plains covered sparsely with short grasses and shrubs. In the valley, however, everything was green. Great twisting trees Jarek didn't recognize dotted the land, and life seemed to coat every surface, whether it be dirt or rock. And the heat was like nothing Jarek had ever experienced. Even at the height of summer in Melorand, it hadn't been half as hot as it was in Falamore. His body soon grew sticky from the humidity, and his brow was constantly streaming with sweat. It seemed as if the entire land were an enormous bathhouse filled with steaming water. He was surprised anything could live in such an environment. Frost, however, had only laughed when he made the comment, claiming that the southern heat was actually rather mild when compared to places like the Kichan Desert. Jarek's only response had been to decide that he would definitely never visit old Kichan. Frost walked lethargically beside him. For some reason, the old scholar continued to travel with him, even though he hadn't been able to persuade Jarek to return to Millerand. But, despite the constant naggings, Jarek had been glad for the company. Frost's presence had not only given him someone to talk with, but the scholar was also a fount of useful knowledge. He knew the customs, languages, and mannerisms of even the smallest ethnic groups, not to mention their histories. Jarek's footsteps grew quicker as he approached the camp. It was enormous, more like a city than an army. The camp seemed to be divided into sections, different groupings marked by different colors. Men of all body shapes stood about, some lounging, others practicing, others working. Jarek looked at them in wonder, noting their armor. It was bright and silver. Steel, not bronze. This was a real army, unlike the ornamental guards of King Rhodus's court. Jarek paused at the edge of the conglomeration of tents and buildings, his brow furrowing as he looked from side to side. Which way was he to go? A quick look at Frost told him that in this case the old scholar knew no more than himself. So, shrugging, he approached an armored man leaning against his spear, a sentry of some sort. Excuse me?" Jarek began. "New conscripts report at the big white tent," the man mumbled in Fallon, pointing lazily. Jarek nodded, motioning for Frost to follow. It was time for the real adventure to begin. General Demetrius stood over his table map, a scowl on his face. The map had been carved into the top of the massive table, so large it took up half of his conference room, then painted to give accents to the separate plateaus. The rough circles were connected by strings of various colors, the common pathways used to move from plateau to plateau. Through the use of mobile bridges, every plateau could be reached by at least one route, though sometimes a company had to take an extremely roundabout path to reach its goal. If only he could make fortresses on the plains themselves. But no, he had tried that. Demetrius hadn't believed the stories when he'd first arrived at the Eternal War a year earlier, and had proceeded to experiment with permanent settlements. He had lost several forts before learning the truth. Plants could not grow on the shattered plains, and the Shodel demons were impossibly quick. He hadn't been able to keep his fortresses supplied, let alone get them reinforcements in an attack. Demetrius shook his head. It all came back to the bridges. Most of the generals used the same basic bridge design. A couple used wider constructions that allowed more men to move from plateau to plateau at the same time, but most favored the thinner bridges for mobility's sake. Demetrius now used the smaller variety, as did Cern. Yet somehow the Tsendish general still managed to hold his place as the most profitable leader in the war, forcing Demetrius to be an unacceptable second. Demetrius pounded his fist against the hard wooden table. Over the last year, Demetrius had taken Ski Company from the least successful position all the way up to second place. Yet for all the glory and wealth he had earned, he still couldn't defeat Cern. The man continued to stay a little bit ahead of Demetrius, reaching wells a little more quickly, retrieving just a little more Dragonsteel, killing just a few more Shodel. It had to stop. Demetrius was poised to lead his Ka to the imperial throne. The succession was only a few years away, but Demetrius would never gain the prestige necessary as long as Cern continued to make a fool of him. "My lord?" a voice asked from the front of the tent. Demetrius turned angrily, almost toppling off the wooden box he used to raise his height a couple of feet. It was Flavin, the captain in charge of conscriptions. "What?" Demetrius demanded. The man should have known better than to bother him. "I apologize, sir," Flavin said, saluting, "but there is a matter that demands your attention." "What?" Demetrius demanded dismissively. "The men want more prostitutes? Tell them to win more battles and I'll see about it." No, sir," the man stuttered. It's about a new volunteer. He claims to be trained as a nobleman. What does his caste mark say? Demetrius asked. It says he's a lumberman from Melorant, sir. Demetrius snorted. Flavin was wasting his time again. Peasants, especially runaways, go to the bridge cruise, he spat. You know that. But he claims he was raised in the palace, sir, Flavin continued to argue. And he speaks perfect Falin. Yes, well, so do you. But that doesn't appear to make you any smarter. Put him in the bridge cruise and be gone. Yes, sir, the man said as Demetrius turned back to his map. The man wasn't through, though. Just one more thing, he added. Demetrius felt his face turning red. He opened his mouth, about to order this annoying captain to place himself in the bridge cruise as well, but Flavin spoke more quickly. There's a scribe traveling with him, sir. Demetrius paused. A scribe? He asked. Yes, sir. His caste mark is valid. Demetrius scratched his Antoli. Send the scribe to me, he said. I've been needing someone to write correspondences with my contacts back in the capital. Yes, sir, the man said, saluting again. Demetrius watched him go, shaking his head. Yes, the first order he would have this scribe write would be one sending Captain Flavin to the bridge cruise. It was just his sort of incompetence that was letting Kai Tsern stay ahead of them. You, follow him. You, come with me. Jarek looked up with surprise at the soldier's blunt voice. He was pointing for Jarek to follow another man, one who didn't look very warrior-like. He was overweight and had a rather slovenly appearance, his blue uniform stained in numerous places. Jarek turned back to the soldier who had spoken. The man was grabbing Frost by the arm and pointing for him to follow. Wait, Jarek objected. My man is to— Jarek fell silent with a sharp groan as a sudden pain jabbed him in the stomach. When an officer gives you an order, the overweight soldier said, removing his fist from Jarek's midsection, you obey. Jarek croaked his response, feeling his legs wobble slightly under the pain. He looked up, blinking through tears to catch one last glimpse of Frost as the scholar vanished inside a large brick building. The old tutor's head was shaking slightly with resignation. Move, the soldier said, pushing Jarek down an earthen path running through the camp. Jarek stumbled to respond, too shocked to do much else. None of the soldiers gave the pair much heed as Jarek followed his companion's proddings. They only made one stop, beside a short, open-sided tent. After speaking with the soldier inside, his guide returned, shoving a diminutive sheathed sword and leather jerkin into Jarek's hands. Here, the soldier said. Put these on. Jarek obeyed, pulling the leather vest over his head and strapping the weapon around his waist. As they walked, he pulled the short sword free of its sheath. It was bronze, and the blade looked as if it hadn't even been sharpened. In addition, it was so stumpy and slight-looking that Jarek doubted it would do him any good in battle. He looked back at his guide with a frown. This is it? He demanded. The guard simply nodded. But when do I get one of those? He asked, nodding to the steel long sword at the man's side. You don't. But— The soldier interrupted Jarek, pushing past him and waving toward a tent that appeared to be their destination. Hey, guys, he bellowed. New recruit. Beside the tent, an enormous form turned, and Jarek felt his breath catch in his throat. He was Kichan, or at least he had the thin eyes and dark skin of a Kichan, though he was wearing a blue uniform instead of the traditional skirt and coat. Jarek had never seen a Kichan wearing regular clothing before. That spindly thing, the Kichan Gaz roared back. His voice held no trace of the Kichan accent. He'll barely stop an arrow. Jarek's guide chuckled, reaching back and pushing Jarek toward the Kichan. Jarek stumbled, barely catching himself. Further conversation, however, was interrupted by the sound of hoofbeats and a loud blaring horn. Gaz cursed as Jarek's guide dashed away, running back toward the front of the camp. Men began to scatter through the camp, large groups of them either dashing or, in the case of the armored soldiers, jogging in rank. Soon a group of scruffy-looking men in leather vests like Jarek's own had gathered around Gaz.
"Move, move, move!"
Gaz yelled as the men split into several groups.
"You!"
the enormous Kichan bellowed, pointing at Jarek.
"Follow that group. You're a member of Bridge 4. Go!"
Jarek jumped, scrambling in the direction Gaz ordered. His mind was confused at the noise and rush of bodies, and he barely kept up with the others as they approached a large wooden bridge sitting on the ground a short distance from the tent. Its construction was simple, with no wheels or other means of movement. One man, an older man with a face so scarred his beard came out in patches, stood to the side as the group of about 20 men surrounded the bridge.
"You,"
the older man said, pointing at Jarek.
"You knew?"
"Yes, sir," Jarek said, disoriented.
"To the back with you, then,"
the man ordered, pointing at the back of the wooden bridge. In a daze, Jarek did as commanded, falling into place between two other soldiers.
"What now?"
he mumbled, almost to himself.
"We lift,"
the man beside him explained, reaching down with the others. Jarek followed, digging his fingers under the edge of the bridge and heaving in rhythm with the old warrior's command. The ponderous bridge rose slowly into the air, incredibly heavy, and then settled into place on the men's shoulders. There were grooves to make the carrying easier, but it was still extremely uncomfortable.
"Let's go, lads,"
the older man at the front ordered, and the men began to move, following the sound of their leader's voice. From the back, Jarek could see little of what was happening. They seemed to be joining other crews carrying bridges of their own, and he did catch a glimpse of the large Kichan warrior trotting along beside them. They moved out onto the shattered plains themselves, leaving behind the scrub grass and striking out onto the dry, dusty plateau Jarek had seen from above. The air beneath the bridge was stuffy, smelling of dirt and sweat, and he found it difficult to keep rhythm with the walking men around him. It grew even more difficult as an order from Gaz drove the crew into a trot. Jarek struggled to keep going, still uncertain of what was happening.
"First day?"
a voice asked beside him, speaking in Melaran. Jarek looked up, an action that didn't do him much good. The shoulder mounts by which he carried the bridge prevented him from turning his head toward the sound.
"Yes,"
Jarek said between laborious breaths.
"Poor lad,"
the voice said. It bore the distinctive accent of a man from Oldbin.
"Where are we going?"
Jarek asked the voice.
"To one of Tuel's," the man explained. "A scout must have spotted one preparing to put out Dragonsteel."
Jarek didn't say anything for a long moment, his breathing too difficult to allow speech. Finally, he managed to get out one more question.
"And the bridge?" "To cross the chasms, of course,"
his unseen companion explained. Jarek fell silent, trying not to concentrate on his complaining feet or the wooden boards digging into his shoulders. Fortunately, the leather vest seemed to have extra padding on the shoulders, which helped somewhat. Just a few moments later, he sensed a change in the ground below. The sound of feet clunking against wood sounded in his ears.
"Near to edges there are permanent bridges,"
the voice explained, answering Jarek's unasked question.
"At least, where the cursed demons haven't burned them."
Jarek nodded to himself beneath the canopy of wood, sweat dripping from his nose in the humidity. They quickly crossed the permanent bridge, passing on to what must have been a separate plateau, though Jarek could see nothing but the brown earth below. Hopefully, they would reach their destination quickly. He didn't know how much longer he could hold on. He hoped in vain. Over the next half-hour, they crossed 4 more bridges, following Gaz's bellowed orders. By the time the call came for them to halt, Jarek could no longer feel his arms, and he could barely stand. The order to lower the bridge came like a blessed sound from the 9 lords themselves. Jarek moved with the rest of the group, first lifting the bridge with numb fingers, then backing away and setting it down on the hard earth. Gloriously fresh air enveloped Jarek. However, he was given little respite.
"Now push,"
Gaz ordered. The men around Jarek moved to the back of the bridge, and together they began to push the large contraption forward. Several men moved to the sides, holding ropes attached to the far end of the bridge. As they moved, Jarek noticed for the first time the enormous gap in the ground ahead of them. The earth simply stopped, dropping abruptly. Across the 20-foot chasm was another plateau, and the men slowly pushed the bridge over the gap, the men with ropes pulling the end up to keep the entire thing from falling into the chasm. Carefully, they guided the edge of the bridge, settling its far end on the other side of the chasm. Other bridge crews did the same to Jarek's left and right. The men around him collapsed as the work was finished, and Jarek gladly copied them. As he sank to the ground, a thundering sound was heard, and a line of horse-drawn chariots, which must have been following them the entire way, galloped across the bridge. The charioteers were followed by a squad of several hundred armored soldiers carrying swords, bows, or spears. Jarek watched them go with wonder. Was he to have nothing to do with the combat? There had to be some mistake. He wasn't going to spend the next 2 years as a simple pack-man. Of course, at the moment, he probably couldn't have lifted a sword if he wanted to, so he was happy to let the warriors pass. He could correct the mistake later, after his body recovered. "All right," Gaz ordered as the last warriors crossed. "Move!" The men around him groaned, climbing to their feet. "Come on, lad," a familiar voice came from beside him. Jarek's unseen companion was a lanky, long-faced man with thin hair that was wet with sweat. "What?" Jarek complained, climbing to his feet. "Time to turn back already?" "Turn back?" the man laughed. "No, lad. We're probably not even halfway there, though the lords only know which plateau we're heading for." "What?" Jarek exclaimed as the group of bridgemen clambered across their bridge. He allowed himself to be pushed forward, only marginally noticing the depth of the drop below. The sides of the plains were smooth, almost like polished marble, and the chasm continued on seemingly forever, its bottom lost in darkness. On the other side, the men pulled the bridge back. Then, to Jarek's horror, they moved to lift the contraption once again. Beyond, the soldiers and charioteers waited with varying levels of patience as Jarek's companions hoisted the bridge onto their shoulders. "The first time is always the worst, lad," the old-bisht man's kind words came from beside him. "Keep moving, and you'll do all right." "Move!" Gaz's unyielding voice spat again, and the nightmare began anew. They repeated the same exercise a dozen times, spanning chasms that all looked the same to Jarek. It was as if they weren't making any progress. The only thing that varied was the size of the plateaus. Sometimes they only carried the bridge for a few moments before putting it down again. Those times, the group of warriors would be crowded on a plateau barely large enough to hold them all. Other times, the plateau extended far to either side, the cracks that marked its edges barely visible in the distance. Each time the call came to put the bridge down, Jarek prayed with all his might that it would be the last, but each time the call came to move again. At every incident, Jarek was certain he wouldn't be able to move when the command came, but each time he managed to pull himself forward, though sometimes it took a kick from Gaz to get him going. As the time progressed, the group of soldiers began to grow increasingly apprehensive, and Gaz's orders became more urgent. Finally, a new order came. It was a simple one, but one Jarek didn't understand. "Be ready," Gaz ordered. Ready for what? Jarek's befuddled mind wondered. "Lords," the old-bisht man's voice came from beside him. "Please let us have gotten here first." "Go!" Gaz's voice yelled sharply. The forms around him burst into a trot, moving with an energy Jarek wouldn't have thought possible after such an extended hike. He tripped, almost losing his footing, and he reacted so sharply he knocked his head against the back of the bridge. Through the shock, the sweat, and the daze, Jarek heard the screams begin. The bridge shook suddenly, as if it had run into a wall. However, it didn't stop moving, it only rocked slightly. The screams continued, coming from all around. Jarek felt horror in his chest, and his arms began to shake. It was then that his foot slammed against something soft. He looked down to barely catch sight of a body in a leather vest like his own, its eyes staring blankly into the air, a white-fletched arrow in its chest. Then Jarek screamed. He wanted to back away, to run from whatever doom he was approaching, but the bodies around him prevented him from scrambling away. The bridge continued to tow him along. "Drop!" a voice ordered from in front. The men moved quickly, lifting the bridge in a single fluid motion and stepping away from underneath. The bridge dropped to the ground, and Jarek was thrown into a world of terror. Arrows whizzed around them, snapping into the wooden bridges and slicing through bodies, tumbling them screaming to the ground. More frightening, however, were the monsters. Great, slathering beasts with wide, bat-like wings and multi-toothed mouths hung around them. Drool and bile poured from their bulbous white bodies, and they screamed with terrible, inhuman voices that shook the air. "They aren't real, lad," the man beside him warned. "They're Shodel illusions. Push!" The voice jogged Jarek into motion, and he ducked down to throw his weight against the bridge. Arrows continued to fall. As Jarek pushed, the friendly Aldbish man beside him took a shaft in the chest, then another in the neck as he fell. Blood spurted from the neck wound, washing over Jarek as the man twitched, his body spasming on the ground. A second later, the bridge locked into place, and Jarek barely dodged out of the way as a dozen chariots roared across the chasm, trampling the corpse of the unnamed man who had spoken so kindly to him. Jarek sat on the hard earth as the battle progressed, his mind numb. He barely even noticed the corpses around him. Fully a third of the bridge crew was dead. As soon as the bridge was in place, however, the arrows stopped falling, and the bridgemen were ignored. Apparently, the Shodel had obtained the plateau first and had been ready for the humans' approach. He could see them, their white-skinned forms battling with the blue-suited soldiers. Most of the fighting was hand-to-hand now, and the human line was slowly pushing toward the center of the plateau. Only the humans used chariots, and these rode randomly through the battle, striking where they could. The horrific illusions that had surrounded the bridge crew earlier hovered in the air above the warriors, seeking to distract them. Even as Jarek watched, one of the beasts drove a charioteer off the side of the cliff, toppling him and his horse into the chasm beyond. It lasted about an hour, neither side making much headway as far as Jarek could tell. However, eventually, the Shodel retreated, and the bridge crews around him let out a weak yell of joy. The warriors did something near the center of the plateau that Jarek couldn't make out, then rode, or marched, back across the bridges. Only then did Jarek's overtaxed mind realize that he would be expected to cart the bridge back to camp, this time with 2/3 the number of men as before.
Chapter 26. In the days following Prince Yoharn's disappearance, the palace rose to a height of chaos that made even the search for the Shodel assassin seem calm. A city that had already been searched a dozen times over was forced to endure continued examination as the groups who had once sought an assassin now turned to hunting kidnappers. No one was above suspicion. King Rhodus was hardest hit by the disappearance. He blamed himself in a dozen different ways, claiming he had been too easily distracted, that he hadn't been careful enough with the kingdom's security, that he had become too lax. Where he had barely tolerated the wild searches for the Shodel assassin, he now became the great motivation behind the reckless hunting that was ostensibly to find his son. He offered wealth, titles, and land to anyone who found Yoharn. In the midst of the confusion, one surprising source of stability arose. Queen Grass, Rhodus's matronly wife, began to shoulder the burden of her husband's political duties, seeing that the country continued to function. She did so quietly, without presumption or domination. Her tact and political skill, however, soon led the more lucid members of the court to wonder if some of the king's historical decisions had been influenced by his queen. After 4 months of searching, the fervor began to die down. Rhodus turned from anger to melancholy, realizing that the prince was not going to be found within the borders of his kingdom. In the end, all he could do was wait and see if demands were made. Life in the palace slowly returned to a semblance of normalcy, though there was still a sense of fragility in the air, as if one wrong move would cause the tense peace to shatter, throwing everything back into confusion and chaos. The thing that struck Riala most about recent events was how quickly Jarek had been forgotten. Had the prince not been taken, things might have been different. However, as they stood, there had been little opportunity to worry about a runaway peasant boy, no matter how much his countrymen had been relying on him. One beneficial side effect of the prince's disappearance, if indeed one was willing to think of it in such a manner, was the way it took away from Martis's success. Riala could see displeasure in the large man's eyes every time Yoharn was mentioned. Martis had achieved a major triumph. He had saved the life of the king and won the hand of the princess, yet his ability to gloat was crushed by the general feeling of anxiety. Riala watched him now as she stood behind Corteth in the palace courtyard. The scholars, Vendavius and Tenecles, had finally announced their departure for Trexandos. The classes had ceased months before, just after Jarek's departure, but King Rhodus had forbidden anyone, especially foreigners, to leave the country. The restriction had only just been lifted, and the Trexandians were eager to return home. Their pay had come to an end, as had their usefulness. Martis bowed one last time to his masters, making a great show of the event. Now that Jarek was gone, and Martis had proven himself, by default, their best student, the beefy noble was more than willing to claim the two men as his honored mentors. Riala watched the proceedings with a churning in her stomach. The end of the classes had marked an end to Riala's reading. Vendavius's final departure made such a state harshly permanent. The scholar had reclaimed all of his loaned books from Corteth's chambers, and Riala had been left without a single scrap of literature to fill her time. It was the most bitter loss, save perhaps for Jarek's running away, that Riala had ever experienced. "Honored masters," Martis was saying, "my fiancée and I will sorely miss your tutelage. It was in your classes, I think, that we first fell in love." Corteth stood quietly at Martis's side. She had changed over the last few months, the most startling alteration being her tendency toward silence, at least when Martis was around. The Kalord's son had made it quite clear that the proper attitude of a nobleman's wife was to be seen and admired, but definitely not heard. It was common knowledge that King Rhodus had given Corteth far too much freedom. The princess still ranted and screamed as usual when she was with only her servants, but even those outbursts were becoming more subdued. "I am pleased to have been of service, student Martis," Vendavius replied. He turned to Corteth. "Corteth, do you mind if I borrow your slave for a moment to help me arrange things in my chariot for departure?" "Of course not," Corteth said, with a reserved tone, nodding for Riala to follow the rabbit-like scholar into the stables. Riala did so with curiosity. Why had the scholar asked for her, a thin-framed girl, when he could have easily gotten help from one of the stable boys? Vendavius's chariot waited inside the stables, packed with chests and bags that would be transferred to a ship once he reached the docks. The scholar bent down, riffling through one of the trunks, and came up with a thick brown volume that Riala instantly recognized. Balicorn's Common Tales. "I want you to give this to your mistress, child, since she liked it so much," Vendavius said, handing Riala the volume. "Tell her I have never known a more promising essayist and poet. Tell her that her words sometimes brought tears to the eyes of a very old and supposedly very crotchety man." "Yes, Master Vendavius," Riala said, accepting the book eagerly. Perhaps she wouldn't have to abandon reading entirely. If, that was, Corteth left the book in a place where Riala could occasionally sneak it away. "Oh," Vendavius added, as Riala turned to go. "Also, tell dear Corteth that I'm neither as stupid nor as inattentive as I look." Riala froze, looking back to the old scholar, his tufts of white hair sticking out beside eyes that glimmered with a slight smile. "You know?" Riala whispered. "From the beginning, child. One does not teach for decades without learning to recognize handwriting. Besides, I doubt that the princess has the intellectual capacity to connect ideas even half as well as you did in those essays." Riala stood with wide eyes, holding the book in stunned hands. "But why didn't you say anything?" "What?" Vendavius asked. "And accuse the princess of teaching her slave to read? Caste-breaking is a very serious crime, my dear. Even with a king as progressive as Rhodus, the implications of such an accusation would have been dreadful. One learns when dealing with foreign courts, my dear, that there are some things you just have to ignore. Even if Rhodus had believed me, I doubt his daughter would have received any retribution. If there is one thing at which Corteth excels, it is manipulating her father. No, the blame would have gone somewhere else." Riala grew chilled. "Me," she realized. "Probably," Vendavius said, turning to reclose his trunk. "It was much better not to make a fuss. In the end, this method was better for all of us, wasn't it?" Riala looked down at the book in her fingers, feeling its familiar leather cover. She actually owed a great deal to the princess. Because of Corteth's laziness, Riala had received an opportunity usually reserved for the grandest of the nobility. "I guess it was." Then she looked up at the old scholar. "This is for me, then?" she asked. Vendavius nodded. "It should belong to the person who wrote so stunningly about its contents." "But slaves are forbidden to own property," Riala objected. Vendavius approached, softly laying a hand on her shoulder. "You'll just have to keep it hidden then, won't you?" Riala smiled. "My dear girl," Vendavius said, "my only regret is that I was such a poor teacher." "No, master," Riala objected. "You were wonderful. Jarek spoke often of your teaching." "Ah, but for you, I could do nothing more than pass on words and hope somehow they reached you," Vendavius said, with a shake of his head. "If only I'd been able to teach you directly. But even then I would have been inadequate. I'm a scientist, not a poet. You already have a far better command of language than I." Vendavius paused. "I can, however, recognize greatness. Poetry is not what the Falins think. It is more than simply matching rhymes or forcing your words into a rhythm. Poetry is passion." Riala mumbled, uncertain what to say. "Thank you, master." Vendavius shook his head. "No, you must understand, child. I am not a scholar, I am a teacher. The two are not necessarily the same thing. To a teacher, it is the most blessed of privileges to interact with a student of truly genius potential. These last few years, I had the amazing fortune to teach 2 such individuals, and interestingly enough, neither was of noble blood." Vandavius turned back to his chariot. "Run along now, child," he said. "Hide that book where no one will take it from you, and hurry quickly back here, so I can send you to your mistress as if nothing happened." "Yes, master," Riala said, walking toward the door to the palace proper. She paused, however, noting an odd look in Vandavius's eyes. As she waited by the door, she could see an inner conflict rumbling within the old man. Finally, he made a decision and waved her back. She obeyed, and he leaned down, looking toward the courtyard nervously. When he spoke, his voice was hushed. "Child, for political reasons, we are not allowed to aid or even encourage the breaking of caste," he whispered. "Trexandos is small and lacks a military. We only remain safe because we are a threat to no one, and because our scholars are so valuable to the various governments. If it got out that we encouraged dissension, we would be quickly and mercilessly crushed." He paused, shooting another furtive look at the palace. "Remember this, however, Riala. In Trexandos, there are no castes, there are no slaves, and no nobles. No man, monarch or not, may remove a former slave from our borders once he or she arrives. A mind of your caliber would be very well received." Riala looked into the old man's eyes, nodding slowly. There was sorrow therein, sorrow that he couldn't do more. There was also encouragement. Then he nodded for her to go, and she turned to rush into the palace, holding the precious volume close to her chest. Vandavius's gift was a small consolation in the face of the greater chance for education she had lost. Over the next few weeks, Riala seriously considered running away for the first time in her life. The thoughts scared her, but at the same time intrigued her. A few years ago, she wouldn't have even been able to contemplate such radical ideas. But she held back. The first and most important reason was the king's attitude. Rhodus had barely agreed to let the scholars return to their homeland. What chance did a rogue slave had? Jarek had been lucky to escape when he did. If she were truly going to run, she needed to wait at least until things calmed down. Another, more personal reason lay with Corteth. As much as she resented the princess, Riala had grown up with the girl. In a way, Corteth was like her sister, even more of a sibling to her than her brother, whose service in Strafen's Codden rarely allowed them to see one another. Riala wanted to see Corteth's wedding at least, before leaving. Besides, life in the palace had become, for Riala at least, a lot easier since Corteth's engagement. The princess spent a great deal of time with Martis, and even when she was in the palace, there was the quiet understanding that Corteth no longer had complete control over her slave. She yelled occasionally, but she never punished. Both of them knew that if Corteth had ordered Riala to do something she didn't want to do, the slave would refuse. Apparently, Corteth didn't want to face that confrontation, so she simply left Riala alone. Riala often found herself gazing out the window at the columned library building. Jarek had been given free entrance to the place. Why didn't she have the same privilege? Were they so different? Her mind hungered for further works to read. She tried for weeks to come up with a way to get more books. When she found the solution, it came in a very unlikely form. She had seen him before. He had apparently gained housing in the palace itself, more out of pity than need. His ka refused to have anything to do with him, and as a nobleman he was above labor. Jarek had spoken often of the strange man named Torel, a scholar who, from what Riala could tell, had become the fool of the Melloran court. Part of the reason behind the mockery was the slight rural accent he had picked up while teaching all those years in Jarek's hometown. The accent was slowly disappearing. His vocabulary was becoming more in line with court standard, but he still had a habit of dropping the last half of his these and twos. Riala waited patiently for her opportunity. It came 3 weeks after Vendavius's departure. Torel was sitting in the small garden behind the palace, a place that had become almost deserted now that Martis and Joharn no longer used it for sparring practice. The man sat melancholily on a short bench. In the background, Riala could hear the gurgling of the stream that had nearly claimed her life. Riala took a deep breath, gathering her determination. She had never approached a nobleman she didn't know. Then she walked up to Torel and spoke directly to him, a forbidden act, unless she was addressed first. "I can help you, my lord," she declared. The man looked up, surprised, then angered. Riala's eyes tried to dart away and look down at the ground, but she held them steady. "You're princess's slave girl," Torel said. "Go away. Leave me be." "I can help you," Riala repeated, trying to remember the words she had prepared. Her mind was blank. "Bah!" Torel cursed. "You're an insolent one, aren't you? If you were in one of my classes, I'd see you learned some decent respect for nobles." There was an odd longing in his voice as he said the word classes, an emotion Riala must have misunderstood. From everything Jarek said, this Torel absolutely loathed teaching, especially the children of peasants. "My lord, Riala trailed off, feeling her resolve break. "What am I doing?" "Leave me be," the man spat, turning away from her as if to rise. "But, Master Torel," Riala begged, "please, hear me." The words made him stop, turning back to her. Then he sighed, waving for her to speak. "What is it?" he asked. "I was the one who trained Jarek to speak like a nobleman," Riala explained. It was only half true. Jarek had learned mostly from Frost, but Riala had been the one with whom he practiced. "I coached him. You heard him before he left. There was no trace of his village accent." "And what does this have to do with me?" Torel asked intolerantly. "Master Torel," Riala said quietly, "you need to do the same thing. You probably don't want to hear it from a slave, but you know you won't get any respect from the court until you can lose that accent." Then, her declaration made, Riala cringed, preparing herself to be chastised for speaking so boldly to a noble. No retribution came. Instead, Torel sat silently, pulling at the hairs of his long fake antoli. "What do you propose, girl?" he finally asked. Riala blinked in surprise. What exactly was she proposing? At first, she had simply intended to ask him to get books for her from the library. But he was a scholar who had spent years teaching peasants. Surely a slave wouldn't be that much of a change? "I want you to teach me," Riala said. "I will show you how to speak like a nobleman again, and you will give me an education." "Teaching slaves is forbidden," Torel said. His voice was a grumble, but it didn't seem completely unyielding. "I know," Riala said quickly, "but I've already learned so much. Master Vendavius was teaching me, or at least, in a way." "Vendavius?" Torel asked, his head rising.
You were taught by Vandavius?
Yes, Rialla said, for over a year before he left. Tyrell smiled slightly.
It was good to see the old man again, he mumbled. If only for a short while. He taught me back at Decadius.
Then he stopped, as if realizing for the first time that he was babbling to a slave.
Well, you are fortunate, girl,
Tyrell finally declared.
I appear to have a little bit of spare time. I could, perhaps, see my way to taking a new student. He'll have to be disciplined, of course.
Yes, Master Tyrell, Rialla said immediately.
And,
Tyrell added in a subdued tone,
I will humour you on the matter of accent coaching, only for the express purpose of your education, of course. Perhaps pretending to teach me will help your own language skills.
Chapter 27. Batchor eyed the boat uncomfortably. "He is small," Topaz snorted, walking over the plank and onto the deck. "It isn't like we're traveling all the way to Tendor, Batchor," the Jesk noted. "Trexandos is close enough that you could swim there." "Kazazil Hachalor," Batchor mumbled, looking at the tiny boat. Its sail was nearly as large as its hull, and even the slight waves at the dock seemed nearly strong enough to capsize it. "I may be a foolish and careless non-believer," Topaz replied to Batchor's muttered comment, "but at least I'm not superstitious. Come on, get in the boat." Trying not to look down, Batchor inched his way across the plank and stepped into the boat. As he had feared, it rocked uncertainly beneath his weight. He sat as quickly as possible, muttering a quiet prayer to the true God. Unfortunately, he knew that the true God would be slow to listen. They both knew that Batchor should have enough sense to stay out of boats. "What would your great ancestor say if he saw you now?" Topaz asked disdainfully as he stowed their gear underneath one of the seats. "He would call me an idiot," Batchor replied, "and tell me I deserved my fate. There is a reason why the great Cherutar never conquered Trexandos." Topaz just shook his head, untying the moorings and releasing the boat. "Wait," Batchor said with alarm. "What about the sailors?" Topaz began to fool with the riggings. "Why pay sailors when I can do just fine on my own?" Batchor felt himself grow pale. "By Cherutar, I'm getting off!" "Sit still, Batchor," Topaz said tolerantly. "I know what I'm doing." Topaz pushed off, leaving Batchor with no choice. However, Batchor felt himself calm as the boat drifted into the sea. Topaz worked the ropes and boom with a familiarity that bespoke mastery. Soon they were on their way, guided by a faint set of peaks on the horizon, a chain of small uninhabited islands that eventually led to Trexandos. The sea was calm, a sure blessing from the true God, but such also meant that there wasn't much wind. The trip to Trexandos usually took several hours, and it appeared that this journey might take even longer. Batchor felt his anxiety melt away as they moved. There was something settling about the sight of a flat ocean extending in all directions like an enormous crystalline field. So innocent, but so deadly. Everyone knew Kichan sank like rocks. Eventually, Batchor's thoughts turned from contemplations of a voiceless death in the deep to more realistic matters. "Saphandrius," he asked after they had been sailing for some time, "why do you take me with you on these trips?" The question caught Topaz off guard, bringing him out of his contemplations. "What was that, Batchor?" the Jesk asked from his place near the back of the boat. Batchor turned. "Why bring me? What is the thing you expect me to do? You say you want the protection of my sword, but we both know that there is no one more capable of protecting himself than you." Topaz was silent for a moment, pulling slightly on the riggings held loosely in his fingers. If all I wanted was a person to hit my enemies, Batchor, I could hire someone with more experience and less of a tendency to talk back than yourself."
"Why, then?"
Batchor demanded. Topaz shrugged. "Companionship."
"Someone to witness your clever schemes, you mean?"
Batchor returned. Topaz smirked. They both knew the jibe held as much truth as falsehood. "Batchor, I need someone who is more than just a sword. I need to make certain there is someone else who knows what I know, who understands the need to prepare, even if we don't exactly know what we're preparing for. It may sound like a cliché, but there needs to be two of us, just in case something happens to me."
"But I don't understand, Topaz," Batchor confessed. "I don't know what is going on."
Topaz shook his head. "Neither do I. I thought I'd made that clear. You know about the stories, you know about the Dark God, and you know about the hero. Honestly, that is all I've been able to figure out. For all my mystery and melodrama, that's all there is to it." Batchor paused, considering for a moment. Topaz was right. He did understand. He didn't have the vision, however. He didn't sense why these things were important. But he knew Topaz did, and that was enough.
"Then why me?"
Batchor finally asked.
"You said yourself you could have found a more experienced soldier. You probably could have found a better assistant as well. You remember that trip we took before, the one to the temple in Tsendor? What did I do? Nothing. You let me hit a guard and break a chest, but in the end, you did everything important."
"You learned, Batchor," Topaz replied, letting go of the riggings as the wind finally fell completely still, leaving them to drift. They had oars, but Topaz didn't appear to be in any hurry to get them out.
"What did I learn? How to steal from the Tsends?"
"No," Topaz corrected. "You learned to open your mind. Very few people in this world can do that. They are convinced that society is stagnant. Nothing can change to them, whether it be castes, people, or simply the way the world is perceived. I needed a partner who could watch me shatter a wall with microkinesis and accept what he saw. More importantly, I needed a friend who could step into the temple of a pagan god no matter what his cultural taboos." Batchor frowned.
"You needed someone who could deny his own religion."
Topaz caught Batchor's eyes, then slowly shook his head. "No, Batchor," he said, his voice quiet but intense. "Your faith is perhaps your most important asset. You don't know what all these years of studying legends and myths has done to me. I don't think I can believe any more. I have seen through so much of what people teach as religion that I've lost my capacity to believe in the Lords or Cherutar or anything. That scares me. I need your strength, your faith, because I don't have one of my own." Batchor didn't respond. He had never seen such weakness before in Topaz. The Jesk was usually so incorrigibly confident and not infrequently arrogant. Topaz looked up, his eyes falling on the limp sail. He slowly pulled the glove off his left hand, then raised it into the air, palm forward. Even in the brightness of day, Batchor thought he could see the enormous ring begin to pulse. Then the sail flapped slightly and puffed out, though Batchor could feel no wind. The boat began to move. Not quickly, but it did move. "Gases are much easier than solids," Topaz mumbled, almost to himself. "I wonder why that is. Is it because the axes are moving so quickly already, making them easy to divert? Or do they actually weigh less when they're a gas?" The words made little sense to Batchor. After a few minutes of being propelled by Topaz, the wind returned on its own, allowing the Jesk to replace his glove. They both sat quietly for the remainder of the trip. Eventually, the tall, spindly peak that was Trexandos rose before them. Batchor could make out the spires and arches, all part of one massive city that was carved from the white rock of the peak itself. From a distance, the city looked more like one enormous castle than a collection of individual buildings, all of them rising up the slope until they met at the triangular Acadius, home of the library, at the top. They settled into the dock, and Batchor's earlier fears returned as he was forced to stand in the wobbling boat and step onto the wooden plank. Soon, however, he was free, and he turned to look expectantly at Topaz. The Jesk did not follow. He pulled out Batchor's pack and stood, but did not step out of the boat.
"You're not coming,"
Batchor realized. Topaz smiled. "The fisherman who rented me this boat will be mighty unhappy if I don't have it back by the end of the day like I promised."
"What do you expect me to do?"
Batchor demanded. Topaz shook his head. "You know what I know now, Batchor. No more fetching papers or running errands. We have to find the name of that fifth god, and you can guess where it might be just as easily as I can."
"We go alone, then?"
Topaz nodded. "We have 2 continents to cover, my friend. We have to split up."
"Where should I start?"
"That depends," Topaz said with a shrug. "Which continent do you want?" Batchor paused for a moment, then, with a sigh, he continued.
"I will take Tsendor,"
he said with an unenthusiastic tone. "It will mean another boat ride," Topaz warned.
"Yes, but there are many Kichan in Tsendor. I could move more easily than you."
Topaz nodded. "All right, then I'll take Yolen. We need to find the other pieces of that altar. Look for Dragonsteel patterns that match the letters on the list Frost gave us. There's a copy in your pack." Batchor nodded.
"I will start in Gavon-Du. I have heard many things about a necklace made of dragon steel kept there. Then perhaps to the capital, Sepan. If there is dragon steel to be found, he will probably be near Emperor Aranak."
Topaz nodded. "I have a few things I need to do, some people I need to be, for a little bit. Then," he smiled faintly, "I think I'll go see what the Whore Watchers have locked away in that fortress of theirs in Lallam. I've been trying to find a good excuse to sneak in there for years."
"I do not envy them," Batchor said with a smile.
"Well, you should," Topaz replied. "It isn't just anyone who merits a visit from the great Saphandrius Maxtori." Then, with a more serious tone, he continued, "The Acadius will provide you with supplies and a boat, my friend. May the true God give you success." Batchor smiled.
"He will care for us both."
Topaz smiled, handing Batchor the pack. Then, after clasping the Kichan's shoulder in farewell, the Jesk untied the mooring rope and turned to head back to sea. Batchor stood for a long while, watching the boat disappear. Somehow he knew he was going to wish for the days when his only purpose had been to hit things with a sword. Chapter 28. Death. It surrounded him, reached for him, and took his friends. He could hear himself screaming as the arrows fell, killing the defenseless men around him. Their blood fell like rain, pooling and streaming until it poured off the sides of the massive plateau, disappearing into the chasm like scarlet waterfalls. But the deaths were only the beginning. Horrors much more vibrant than simple corpses surrounded him. Nightmarish monsters that tore men to pieces, devouring them with greedy lust. At times the dead rose up, staring with sightless eyes. Other times men seemed to explode, sending out waves of bone and gore. Gaz screamed that they were only Shodel mind tricks, but Jarek knew otherwise. They were real. It was all real. The death, the blood, and the Shodel. They rose up in front of him, their bone-white skin shining in the sunlight. He could see them clearly now, and his eyes ran across their sharp features that could almost have belonged to a man. A nose that was too pointed, a face that was too triangular, and eyes dark as a cavern far beneath the earth. As the demons approached, however, Jarek could see that he was wrong. The eyes weren't completely black. Near the center, where a human iris would have been, was a ring of pure white, eyes that would have better suited a reptile rather than something bipedal. The Shodel fell on him, hacking at him with bright steel swords. Jarek yelled in terror, turning to the left, looking for help. He could see Frost there, being torn to pieces by 4 large serpentine monsters. Jarek shook his head in horror, turning to the other side. Riala stood screaming, struggling as a Shodel tossed her into the chasm. The sharp blades cut into Jarek's skin, attacking him over and over again. He caught sight of Topaz, his head being cut from its body by a Shodel's sword.
"You killed him," a voice said.
Jarek looked up. Standing between 2 Shodel, their swords bright with Jarek's blood, stood his father. The lumberman shook his head in disappointment.
"You killed us all. You killed me."
"No!"
Jarek denied. Rin continued to shake his head, a look of disappointment on his face, even as a Shodel blade cut into his chest. Jarek awoke. A man stood over him, shaking him lightly. The weak light of dawn poured through the tent flap, and forms were rising around him, shaking their lethargic bodies.
"Keek?"
Jarek asked, blinking. The man, really no more than a boy, smiled weakly. He claimed to be 17, but his face made him look as if he were years younger.
"Time to be geffin' there,"
the boy said with his characteristic Jargish accent. Jarek smiled briefly at the sound. He still hadn't quite gotten used to the dialect, even if most of the words were Melloran. The language had been twisted horribly by the Jargish. The syntax was odd, and there was so much inflection to the words that they were often hard to understand.
"I'm geffin',"
Jarek mumbled, using the Jargish word for move. He pulled himself out of bed, a simple blanket set on the hard ground, stretching his muscles. He had slept poorly. Of course, he hadn't slept very well since he had entered the Rothandan Valley. Nights in Falamore were almost as hot and damp as the days, and Jarek found it almost impossible to sleep in such conditions. Since arriving at the war, however, things had gone a little better. Pure exhaustion often overcame discomfort. Now if he could just find a way to get rid of the nightmares. Except he knew that wouldn't be possible. Jarek slowly pulled on his clothing. A smelly shirt and trousers he knew he would never have even thought about wearing just a few months before, followed by his leather vest and short sword. The nightmares were only an extension of the horrors he faced every day. The death, fear, and suffering haunted him while he was awake. It only made sense that they would continue through the night. Falling into line with the rest of the bridgemen, Jarek shuffled out of the tent into the morning light. Bridge crews were too expendable and too numerous to deserve a permanent structure. Outside, Gaz waited, prepared to punish those who didn't move quickly enough. The large man was not Kichan, Jarek had discovered, though he was related to them. Gaz was from a land called Kasht Tor, a remnant of the old Kichan Empire where some Kichan warriors had settled down and intermarried with the Yolish people. The Kasht considered themselves separate from the homeless Kichan nation, a fact which, from what Jarek had been able to gather, suited the Kichan just fine. The large merchants considered their cousins impure, both racially and doctrinally. Jarek noticed Gaz's fist just before it hit the side of his head. Pain washed through his body like a sudden spark, and Jarek wavered slightly. He probably would have tumbled to the ground if Keeg hadn't steadied him.
"You're thinking again, Fick?"
Gaz grumbled, using Fallon slang for peasant. The large Kasht stuck his face directly against Jarek's.
"You're paid to work, not think."
Jarek nodded humbly as his vision cleared. For some reason, out of all the hundreds of bridgemen, Gaz had singled out Jarek for punishment. It didn't seem rational that he would spend effort on one man when he was over so many, but Gaz nonetheless found time to keep an eye on Jarek. The large Kasht claimed he didn't trust Jarek, didn't like the look in his eyes. During his first few days in the war, Jarek had tried to stand up to the man, an attitude that had led to numerous beatings. Even worse, Gaz had insisted Jarek stand at the front of the bridge crew rather than rotating with every skirmish. Jarek had learned quickly that where Gaz was concerned, one kept one's opinions to oneself. The bridgemen fell into line, a few late risers earning whacks from Gaz. The Kazj was like nothing Jarek had ever experienced before. He wasn't a bully, or at least not like any bully Jarek had known. Bullies used their size to gain dominance over others. Gaz already had dominance over the bridgemen, total and complete dominance. The man made it clear that his punishments were for the good of the army, for any man who wasn't willing to follow orders would cause the entire group to fail. The longer Jarek spent in the war, the more difficult it became for him to decide if Gaz was correct or not. On one side, he saw a powerful warrior picking on men who couldn't stand up to him. On the other side, he had seen entire bridge crews slaughtered by the Shodel because they lacked coordination.
"Teams 1, 2, and 3,
Gaz barked, speaking from memory like he always did. Few soldiers, even the officers, were able to read written orders.
"You are on latrine duty. 4, 5, and 6, you will work on bridges. 7 and 8 will go gathering."
Gaz didn't ask if there were any questions. He simply stood expectantly as each crew leader led his men to the appropriate activity.
"All right, boys,"
10, their team leader announced.
"You heard him. Let's go."
Bridge 4 began to move, following 10 to the bridge yards. Jarek shuffled along in line, Keeg to his side. The boy had arrived only a few days before, and he still had the energy of a newcomer. It wouldn't last long. For the most part, the camp was quiet. Bridge crews rose earlier than anyone else. There were a few men visible outside of the large troop cabins that housed the warriors, men who were either on patrol or rising early. As they neared the bridge yards, Keeg's eyes fell longingly on a pair of soldiers sparring with wooden swords and shields in the morning light.
"You thought they'd teach us that, didn't you?"
Jarek asked quietly. Talking was allowed as long as they didn't make a nuisance of themselves. Startled, Keeg looked over at Jarek, then nodded guiltily.
"Aye," he admitted. "I've long wanting to learn the sword."
Jarek smiled knowingly.
"I thought that too, before I came."
"Not for us," Keeg said with disappointment.
"No,"
Jarek agreed. It had taken Jarek weeks to abandon his dreams of obtaining quick glory on the battlefield. Even still, as they walked past the fighting men, he felt a stab of jealousy. That should have been him. Except now he knew the truth. Peasants could never be more than bridgemen, and bridgemen would never be trained to fight. The eternal war wasn't like the battles he had read of in books where thousands upon thousands of men had met to determine the fate of nations. The eternal war was more delicate, an extended campaign that involved hundreds of small skirmishes but few extended battles. Most of the plateaus were small, fitting only a few hundred soldiers at a time. Therefore, those soldiers needed to be very highly trained and very well equipped. Bridgemen, however, never crossed onto the battlefield. The soldiers protected the bridges from their side. Bridgemen didn't need to be well-trained or well-equipped. There just needed to be a lot of them, which there were. Training them was futile. Not only did they rarely need the skills, their casualty rate was so high that teaching them would be about as wasteful as throwing money into the chasms. The only sort of training they received was running. Every day, whether they went on a run or not, they were forced to jog around the camp perimeter, 3 times carrying a bridge. And this was the situation in which Jarek found himself. He had considered running away, but where would he go? Pretend to be a scholar or a scribe? Surely someone would eventually discover his ruse. Even assuming he was able to find one of the fine-worked gold or silver scholars' caste marks, scribes were a very closed group. Eventually, they would ask who trained him and discover proof that he had never been to Trixandos. He could return to Melorand, but that would not only require him to face Martis and Corteth, he would also have to admit how wrong he had been. He couldn't bring himself to do such a thing, not in front of the princess. So he struggled on, hoping for the same thing every bridgeman wanted, the one dream that kept them going in the face of such horrors. Any bridgeman who lasted a year would be made leader of his own crew, a rank that not only earned him more pay but allowed him the privilege of always walking at the middle of the bridge, the most protected spot. survive another year as crew leader, and he would be moved from the bridge crews entirely and made a runner or a watchman. It wasn't much to hope for, especially for a boy who had once lived in the palace of a king. For most peasants, however, it was an absolute dream. Runners and watchmen were allowed to bring their families to the camp, and the pay they earned was a fortune when compared to a farmer's wages, or rather lack thereof. "Jarek, you take the second squad, and Gent, you take the third." Ten's voice brought him out of his contemplations. They had arrived at the bridge yards. "Right," Jarek said with a nod, gesturing for Keeg and 6 other men to follow him. After just a couple of months in the field, Jarek was already one of the most experienced members of the bridge crew. He felt little pride at the distinction. It only meant he had lived longer than the others. Ski Company, named after the 3rd letter of the Falan alphabet, was reputed to be the unluckiest company in General Demetrius's camp, and Jarek's bridge crew the least lucky in the company. It had certainly lived up to its reputation. During Jarek's time in the war, the crew had been decimated on 4 separate occasions. Rarely a battle went by that they didn't lose at least 2 or 3 men to Shodel arrows. In fact, the only man Jarek remembered from his first day was Ten, the crew leader. "All right, men," Jarek said, nodding to the scattering of planks. "You know what to do." The men nodded, moving with dull eyes to begin working. Dragonsteel battles occurred infrequently, only about 1 a day. During their off time, however, the bridgemen were never allowed to relax. They were used to keep the camp running, doing menial labor such as cleaning, constructing buildings, and building replacement bridges. Whenever possible, the Shodel knocked their opponents' bridges into the chasms. At times it seemed to Jarek almost as if they lost more bridges than they did bridgemen. Jarek knelt down beside Keeg, pounding nails into the wood. The camp engineers kept careful watch on the bridgemen, setting them to work at tasks that required little skill or training. The bridge work didn't go as quickly as it could have had all the participants known exactly what they were doing, but it all came back to the training factor. Why teach a man to build bridges when he would likely be dead tomorrow? "Thinking they're in last till a year?" Keeg asked, pounding nails with a smirk that was almost contented. Jarek shrugged. "Either that or I'll be killed," he mumbled. Then he paused. That wasn't what the boy needed to hear. "Yes," he said. "Yes, I'll last, Keeg. Of course I will." Keeg smiled. "I in too there. I in wantin' to be long best warrior in camp." Jarek felt himself smile back, but as he did so, the memories surfaced. Memories of men dying, one after another. Why did he bother to learn their names? No one lived. The Shodel killed them all. With that thought in his mind, he heard the distinctive blare of the warning horn blast through the camp. 2 short blasts, followed by a long one, the signal for Ski Company. All 3 companies in the camp took turns going on runs, placing only 1 company on the shattered plains at any one time. Occasionally, Dragonsteel would be discovered on 2 plateaus at nearly the same time, requiring 2 companies to move out. "Come on!" Jarek called to his sub-crew as he saw Ten's brown and gray-haired form motioning for them to gather. The nightmares from his sleep were pale competitors for what was about to occur. "Down!" Gaz ordered. 8 thunks could be heard as the bridge crews dropped their loads. Jarek jumped to the side, grabbing one of the steadying ropes as other bridgemen began to push. He leaned back with all his weight, adding his strength to the other steadiers as they struggled to keep the far end of the bridge from sinking too low and toppling the entire construction into the chasm. Jarek had seen such a thing happen before, though never to his crew. The edge of the bridge plunked into place, and the bridgemen quickly dodged out of the way. A few seconds later, the warriors were across, forming a protective wall around the small rock basin at the center of the plateau. Jarek sat down with a sigh, looking around at the rest of the crew. Most of them had looks of exhausted relief on their faces. This time the humans had arrived at the plateau first. There had been no hail of arrows to meet them, no slaughter of bridgemen. Their part in the battle had been completed without casualty. Keeg groaned next to him, sweat pouring down his face. Jarek smiled to himself, remembering his first week as a bridgeman. Even the Fallen Emperor wouldn't have been able to pay him enough to go back and do it over again. Though he had never really grown used to carrying the horrible weight of the bridge, over the months his muscles had grown strong and his body firm. He was still tired after a Dragonsteel run, but not so exhausted he couldn't move. Oddly, after just a moment of sitting, Jarek heard a sound from Keeg that wasn't a groan of exhaustion. It sounded more like awe. "Jarek, be looking at that there," the boy said, his fatigue forgotten, replaced by excitement. Jarek followed the boy's gesture, looking high in the sky. There, flying just below the clouds, was a dark, winged silhouette. "By the Lords," Jarek mumbled, rising to his feet to stare into the sky. "What is it?" "So the rumors are true," a third voice mumbled. Jarek turned to the side, his eyes falling on Ten, Bridge 4's grizzled leader. Ten was old for a warrior, perhaps in his late 30s, and he had skin almost as tan as his brown hair. He was missing several teeth, and his face was littered with scars. He was a harsh man, but not unkind. "Rumors, Ten?" Jarek asked. "About him," Ten said, nodding toward the form high in the sky. "Drafrast, king of the dragons and lord of the Shodel. The stories say he used to watch over the Shattered Plains, but stopped appearing decades ago. It appears that he's returned." "A dragon?" Jarek asked, turning back to watch the form. Vendavius had said that there was no such thing as dragons, but it appeared that the scholar could be wrong. The form circled above them for a moment, too far away to appear as more than a shadow, then disappeared, rising into the clouds. When Jarek looked down, the entire army, bridgemen and soldiers, had stopped their movements to stare up at the sky. "Why did he return now?" "You're asking me," Ten said, laughing gruffly to himself. "I'm just a soldier, Jarek." The men stood for a moment watching, then, realizing they were about to have a battle, continued with a hurried gait. Fortunately, the Shodel had yet to arrive, and the humans were able to take and surround the well unopposed. Now it would be the Shodel who had to take up the offense. "It's a bad sign," Ten mumbled. Jarek shrugged, taking a seat on the plateau. "I don't know. It looks like the battle today will be an easy one." "True," Ten agreed, sitting beside Jarek. "We might even get a bonus." Jarek nodded. "Probably," he agreed. Every time a company made a successful run, it meant a copper flep, the Felon equivalent of a Melloran penning, for every bridgeman. Ten studied the soldiers, handing Jarek a water skin. "Look there, Jarek," he said, nodding to the side. Jarek followed the older man's gaze, barely making out a small group of warriors on the plateau next to their own. They weren't Shodel. Their armor was human, and they bore the blue standard of Demetrius's camp. Squinting, Jarek could make out a tall form standing at the front of the group. "Who is it?" he asked. "A general, I'd guess," Ten replied. "Demetrius?" Jarek asked with surprise. Then, looking more closely, he realized he had made a mistake. The figure at the front wasn't a tall man. It was a short man standing on several boxes. "So it is," he agreed. "Wonder what he's up to," Ten mumbled, accepting the water skin back and squirting himself a mouthful. "Watching us, I'd guess," Jarek said. "That plateau is far enough away that he'll be safe from the battle." "Probably," Ten agreed. Jarek snorted quietly to himself. "It almost makes me wish we hadn't had such an easy time of it," he mumbled, studying the diminutive form. "Perhaps if the general actually saw what his bridge crews go through, he'd find a better way to protect us." Ten grunted in disagreement. "I doubt it," he grumbled. "He sees the numbers, Jarek. He knows what we go through. The only thing that man cares about is the Dragonsteel we bring in." "What about the Shodel?" Jarek objected. "That's all they care about, too," Ten said. "They could get through if they wanted. The camps are too disjointed to repel a determined offense. The Shodel don't want our land. They just want the Dragonsteel. They may be demons, but they share one trait with the rest of us: greed. Jarek rubbed his chin, feeling the whiskers there. He couldn't even remember when he had started growing a proper beard. Back in the palace, he hadn't been able to grow anything but fuzz. Ten's words had an uncomfortable truth to them. One of the reasons he had convinced himself to stay in the war was because he believed it was necessary, that he could protect his father and the rest of Yolen by keeping the Shodel out. However, Ten was right. The Shodel could probably break through the camps if they wanted to. "I don't know, Ten," Jarek mused, turning his head from Demetrius to the ski company warriors on the plateau just beyond the bridges. They were fidgeting uncomfortably, waiting in anticipation of the Shodel's arrival. Perhaps the demons wouldn't arrive. Such an event was unlikely. In all Jarek's months at the war, never once had he seen a well harvested without a battle. Unconsciously, Jarek's eyes sought out the well itself, even though he knew he wouldn't be able to see it through the warriors. He had seen plenty of them, however. There was one at the center of every plateau. Turning, he caught sight of the one on his own plateau. It looked somewhat like a tub, a large round cup that rose a few feet out of the ground. The one on his plateau was brown, just like the rest of the ground, but he knew the one the warriors were protecting would be dark black, an indication that liquid Dragonsteel would soon seep up into its basin. Other than the raised wells, the plateaus were all perfectly flat and generally the same height. Their surfaces were slick and dry, unadorned save for the occasional white boulder. There were a few of the boulders on every plateau, their white providing quite a contrast to the dun earth beneath. They reminded Jarek of Melorand. There had been similar strains of rock near his home. "You don't belong here, Jarek," Ten said quietly beside him. Jarek turned with a confused look. "What was that, Ten?" "You, Jarek," the older man said, his eyes staring out across the plateau. "You don't belong in this war, or at least you shouldn't be a bridgeman." "Why not?" Jarek asked slowly. Ten shook his head. "You're too poised, too confident. You aren't a peasant no matter what that caste mark says. The other men, they look up to you, even though you're nothing more than a lad." "I've been here for a while," Jarek defended. "True," Ten agreed. "But I've seen men much older last much longer without earning the respect you have. The men don't look at you and see a boy. They look at you and see a leader." "I'm just a lumberman." "I've never met a lumberman who could speak Fallon before," Ten noted. "How many lumbermen have you met?" Jarek asked pointedly. Ten smirked. "You see? You say clever things like that, Jarek. You think like a noble. You're a waste, dying here with the rest of us." Jarek didn't respond for a moment. "Why did you come to the war, Ten?" The older man looked surprised at this comment. Then he just shrugged. "Greed," he finally said. "I find that hard to believe," Jarek replied. Ten sighed, leaning back. "My son did something very foolish, Jarek. Got himself made a slave. A farmer can't earn enough to buy a man's freedom, so I came here." Jarek nodded, opening his mouth to respond, but Ten cut him off. "Here they come," the grizzled man noted. Jarek looked up. Sure enough, the Shodel had arrived. He could see their bone-white faces approaching on the plateau beyond the one the warriors held, and soon arrows began to fall on both sides. As the demons reached the edge, they began to jump, sailing over the 25-foot gorge to land on the contested plateau. They needed neither bridges nor bridgemen. All the warriors had to do was hold out until the Dragonsteel appeared, then they could collect the prize and retreat across the bridges. The Shodel rarely gave chase, for they knew that once the Dragonsteel was in human hands, it was very difficult to retrieve. Shodel legs could jump far, but they could not keep up with a galloping chariot. Couriers waited on every plateau leading back to the camp, ready to accept a thrown vial of Dragonsteel should the Shodel decide to try and follow. Jarek and the other bridgemen watched the battle with strangely uninvolved eyes. It was odd seeing men fight and die just a few feet away, but knowing that he himself was in no danger. Jarek couldn't feel quite as detached as the rest of the bridgemen, with their tired eyes and uncaring faces. The horrors of what he had experienced over the last few months were too strong, too vibrant, to forget simply because this time he wasn't personally in danger. Watching the soldiers fight, the Shodel throwing horrible visions at them, made Jarek shiver with dread. "I will never last 2 years like this," he realized.
"By the lords, have a look at that,"
Ten mumbled from beside him. "What?" Jarek asked, glad of any distraction that took his mind off of the battle.
"Look over there,"
Ten said, pointing at General Demetrius's plateau. A powerful-looking figure in white and gold was approaching Demetrius, followed by a file of tan-clothed warriors.
"It's General Cosmere,"
Ten said with awe. "Really?" Jarek asked with interest, looking closely at the form. Cern rode a magnificent horse like Sir Hasor had back in Melorand, one of the amazing Tsend beasts that was capable of carrying a man on its back. It towered over even the chariot horses used in Demetrius's army. Kai Cern was a tall man, though Jarek had always heard that Tsends were a short people. The general dropped off his horse and approached Demetrius with a firm stance. Jarek had heard of Cern. The Tsend was said to be the most successful general in all of the Eternal War.
"Ah, Jarek,"
Ten said wistfully.
"how many times have you wished you'd gone to that man's camp for recruitment instead of here? They say his companies almost never have casualties, even bridgemen."
Jarek snorted. "I wouldn't believe it, Ten. Like you Fallons say, your tea never tastes as good as your friends."
"Ah, but wouldn't it be nice if the stories were true?" he asked. "The most successful camp and the one with the fewest deaths? They say his warriors are immune to the Shodel illusions. They even say he has men on his side who can make illusions of their own."
"I doubt the Emperor would stand for the use of demonic magic, even if it did bring him Dragonsteel," Jarek contested.
"Probably true," Ten agreed. "What do you suppose he's doing over there?"
Jarek shrugged. "I don't know. Having tea with Demetrius?"
Ten snorted. "I hope so. Maybe if Demetrius associates with Cern enough, some of that Tsend's humanity will rub off on him. The hardest thing about this war, Jarek, is knowing your leaders are nearly as monstrous as the devils we're fighting."
"Hush, Ten," Jarek said, looking around for Gaz. If the Kashja heard such talk, it would mean serious retribution.
"I'll say what I want to,"
Ten grumbled sullenly, though he did lower his voice. The sound of galloping drew Jarek's attention back to the battle in front of them. One charioteer was riding madly for the bridges, the rest of the company retreating more slowly behind. In the charioteer's hand was a steel container, and inside of that Jarek knew there would be a small glass vial. Dragonsteel, which would remain in liquid form until some fortunate buyer touched it and gave it shape with his mind, determining the form the metal would hold for eternity.
"Let's move!"
Gaz bellowed, ordering the bridgemen into place for the trek home. Demetrius stood watching the battle's end, a slight smile on his lips. Earlier, when he had seen the dragon, he had been angry. Others had told him that the cursed creature had returned, but Demetrius hadn't believed them. Dragons were supposed to be superstitious tales, but now he had seen it himself. He would look foolish for punishing the men who had claimed to have seen it before. But fortunately, Kai Cern had arrived. Not that Demetrius liked the Tsend, quite the opposite. Cern's arrival, however, had given Demetrius a chance to show how well his armies were doing. His army had won this battle. They had even managed to do it with minor losses. Demetrius knew the victory would bring envy to the Kai Cern's heart.
"Well fought,"
Kai Cern said with mock humility. "Oh, you can't fool me, Cern," Demetrius thought to himself with glee. "I know how you're really feeling. I know the resentment, the jealousy, the hate. I have felt them all too often." The thing Demetrius hated most about Kai Cern was his height. Normally, a single box allowed Demetrius to stand even with other men, and a second box allowed him to tower over them. CERN, however, was tall enough that 2 boxes only gave Demetrius a few inches advantage. What's more, the Zend had a stature so militaristically sharp that Demetrius felt short no matter how high he stood. It was frustrating, and he knew that CERN enjoyed his discomfort. "They did passably well," Demetrius said, watching the men retreat across the bridges.
"Your bridge crews are remarkably efficient,"
CERN said, his Zendish accent making each word sound staccato. Demetrius scanned the crews, searching for the flaw CERN must have noticed. The comment was obviously meant sarcastically, but how? CERN's own crews couldn't possibly move faster than Demetrius's. When it came to peasants, a carefully cultivated sense of terror was always the best motivation. CERN turned away from the battle.
"I came to inform you, Demetrius, of a new bridge mechanism I have designed."
"A new bridge?" Demetrius scoffed. "Impossible. I know what you're doing, CERN. You seek to trap me, to make me think you have a technology I do not. It will not work." CERN continued.
"I have noticed the casualties amongst your bridge crews. I think this new design will cut down on your losses."
"Ah, so that's it," Demetrius realized. "He's come to plead for me to stop making him look bad. He knows that my aggressive tactics will soon overcome, and then I will take his precious place as first general." "I don't think that will be necessary, CERN," Demetrius said with a smile. Kai CERN's brow wrinkled with confusion. "Yes, you weren't expecting me to see through your scheme, were you?"
"At least let me send you the plans,
Demetrius," CERN said. Demetrius frowned. A clever comment. CERN was always lording over the other generals, seeking to gain prestige by implying he could read. Demetrius knew better. The man carried around books as if he were some sort of scholar, but no general had time for such foolishness. It was a trick, one Demetrius had never been able to prove. "Not necessary, CERN," Demetrius said, hopping off of his boxes and wandering toward his chariot.
"All right, Demetrius,"
CERN said, his voice sounding displeased. The Tsen's pet warriors, a squadron of men dressed in tan uniforms, parted as Demetrius waved them out of his way. Demetrius climbed into his chariot. "I should let you know, CERN," he said, turning to regard the team of warriors. "I've let the Emperor know about your devil warriors. I doubt he will be pleased." CERN's face grew dark.
"I don't know what you're talking about, Demetrius."
Demetrius snorted, shooting a look at the warriors in tan. "I've heard about these men, Zend. I know that you're teaching them demon Shodel magic."
"In Zendor we teach our men to focus their minds, Demetrius," CERN said stiffly. "There is nothing magical about it. A man who controls his thoughts cannot be fooled by Shodel illusions. That doesn't make him a demon."
"Claim what you want, CERN," Demetrius said lightly, nodding for his honor guard to mount. "We'll just see what the Emperor has to say." At this, CERN just shook his head, smiling slightly.
"You know your fallen Emperor has no jurisdiction over Zend troops, Demetrius. I doubt he would say anything if we were using magic. He needs the Holy Zend armies far too much to risk offending us."
Demetrius shook his head slightly. He seemed so confident. Could he have bribed one of the Emperor's advisors? But which one? Mulling over this new information, Demetrius signaled his men and rode away, leaving the Zend and his devil warriors behind.
Chapter 29. Grow! The stubborn plants remained still. There wasn't even enough of a breeze to rustle the leaves, so she couldn't delude herself into thinking that maybe they had responded a little bit. Of course, Riala hadn't really expected them to do what she commanded. Topaz was capable of such power, and maybe even Jarek, but they were special. Riala turned away from the tree, walking in the cool autumn daylight. One side benefit of her mistress's engagement was that it gave Riala an excuse to visit Strafan's Carden, and therefore her brother. Martis and Corteth sometimes exchanged messages, a novelty enhanced by the fact that both of them could read. The natural carrier for said messages was Riala. She approached the Carden with a happy step. Her lessons with Master Tyrell were going very well. She didn't know how competent the man really was, but underneath his grouchiness, he actually seemed to enjoy teaching. After just 3 months of practice, he had managed to lose the last hints of his commoner's accent. Something, Riala had to admit, probably would have happened with or without her help. Still, the older man had appreciated her tutelage. More excitingly, he continued Riala's lessons, even though his own were finished. It was amazing how much difference a live teacher made. Before, she had relied on Corteth and, more often, Jarrick's commentary on the classes. Tyrell's instruction was so much more useful. He taught her tricks for memorizing huge blocks of text. He told her of great debates he had heard while studying in Trexandos, and he watched her handwriting and offered suggestions. Through all of this, of course, he complained that she was absolutely hopeless and that he was wasting his time. Such didn't bother Riala. No one ever complimented a slave. They only gave varying levels of rebuke. Riala had learned very early in life to distinguish between true insults and veiled compliments. In this light, most of Tyrell's gruffly mumbled complaints were actually positive. Besides, she could tell he was impressed with her. Years of suffering Corteth's punishments had taught Riala how to sit perfectly still and straight-backed. Her natural inclination as a slave made her slow to ask questions, instead encouraging her to find her own answers. The things she couldn't figure out on her own, she wrote down in formal essay questioning form and gave to Tyrell, a method that pleased him. Today's lesson would come late in the day, and Riala knew she had to hurry if she were going to have time to visit her brother. Tyrell had given her something titled The Treatise Axios, and told her to have it read by tomorrow. If she hadn't at least started it by the time of the evening's lesson, always held in Tyrell's carefully locked quarters, then Master would be disappointed in her. Strafan's Carden was different than most of the buildings in Lacton. It didn't follow the same blockish stone construction, but instead was crafted of wood. Riala had always thought it looked out of place. She hurried to the side of the building, going in the servants' entrance, and quickly made her way through the hallways. Strafan's Carden was a subdued place. The servants moved about quietly with downcast eyes, rarely speaking. The atmosphere always chilled Riala, making her eager to complete her task and return to the palace's more cheerful halls. She moved quickly, searching for Martis. Usually she found him in the receiving room, a chamber structured something like a throne room. However, when she peeked into the room, she found it empty, so instead she headed toward the study. If Martis wasn't there, then she would ask one of the servants if they knew, an option she avoided whenever possible. If the air of Strafan's palace was uncomfortable, then speaking with the hollow-eyed servants was downright painful. Fortunately, it appeared as if she were in luck. Through the open study door, she could see a large form standing near the front of the room. She entered the room quietly, intending to stand humbly at the back, near the doorway, until Martis noticed her. Then, however, she froze. She had been mistaken. The form before her wasn't Martis at all, but his father. A shiver passed over Rialla, and she immediately pressed herself up against the back wall, willing the Ka-Lord not to see her. Ka-Lord Strafen had always frightened her, and over the last few months, the feeling had only gotten worse. The Ka-Lord rarely went out, but remained in his Ka-den like an unseen spectre. The entire city spoke of him in hushed tones, whispering to one another of the changes that had overcome the large man. He had lost a frightening amount of weight, which was probably the reason Rialla had mistaken him for Martis. Now, standing closer, she could see the hollow folds of skin hanging from the man's face, and the way his fendove draped him like an oversized robe. He was even thinner than Martis, and the power was gone from his face, replaced by a sad, sickly look. There were dark circles under his eyes, and the bottoms of his eyelids drooped, revealing the reddened skin underneath. Most notable was the bright crimson scar on his right cheek. It was shaped something like a star, and the rumors of how he had earned it were many, everything from a battle with a Shodel assassin to a mistake falling down the stairs. If he sees me, he'll hit me, Rialla thought, her arms shaking. Don't let him see me. One thing about the Ka-Lord hadn't changed. He was still as cruel, if not more so, to his servants and slaves as he had been before. As he turned his eyes across the room, however, they passed right over Rialla, not even pausing on the place where she stood. Such was, of course, what Rialla expected. People never saw servants unless they wanted to. Slowly she inched out of the room and back into the hallway, where she stood breathing deeply for a moment, recovering from her ordeal. Eventually she began moving again, deciding to check one final place before resorting to inquiries. Martis's chambers were on the second floor. He had purportedly moved into his father's rooms after announcing the engagement, and it was expected that Strafen would officially grant his son the Ka title as soon as the marriage took place. There was a servant standing attentively outside Martis's door. She was in luck. She waited for the man to knock, then entered at Martis's command. "A message from the princess, my lord," Rialla said softly, her eyes downcast. "Put it on the table," Martis said curtly. Rialla looked up. The Ka-Lord's son stood near the room's large windows, a look of consternation on his face. In his hands, he held a rolled sheet of parchment bearing a bright purple seal that had not been broken. Looking down again, Rialla quickly moved to do as commanded, then scuttled out of the room. Strafen's stables were massive things, nearly as big as those of the palace. Up until recently, the Ka-Lord had been very fond of chariot races, and was said to own the finest collection of horses and chariots in northern Yolen. His teams raced regularly in the Lacton Games, and won more often than not. Such a vast number of horses required an almost equally large number of attendants, especially considering Strafen's tendency to render his own servants useless through beating. When he wasn't incapacitated, Rialla's brother Hurt was one of Strafen's best chariot drivers. Today wasn't a race day, however, so Hurt would likely be found in the stables themselves, grooming the horses or oiling the chariots. Rialla walked into the dark box-like structure quickly. It would, out of necessity, be a short visit. As she entered, however, she noticed something strange. The stable seemed deserted. The dark building smelled strongly of hay and manure, and horses could be heard shuffling in their separate stalls, but there was no sign of human life anywhere. Rialla tried to yelp as the hands grabbed her, but one of them had been expertly placed over her mouth. The dim stables spun before her as the powerful arms easily pulled her small frame with them. She barely caught sight of a huddled circle of dark forms as her captor pulled her into one of the stables and threw her to the ground. Fright began to shake her body. What was going on? "Wait," a familiar voice said quietly. "It's my sister." Riala blinked, looking up at the circle of shadowed forms near the back of the stall. One of them detached itself from the gloom, his face half revealed in the light. A harsh, square face with a short beard. Her brother. "Wait here," he whispered back to the others. "This won't take long." With that, Hurt pulled her to her feet roughly and led her back out of the stall. It would have been harder to find two siblings more different. Hurt's large frame towered over Riala, and their features were hardly similar. Where Riala had a thin, angular face to match her small frame, Hurt had barely any neck and a strong body that lent itself well to controlling the reins of a racing chariot. "Hurt," Riala said as they entered the main stables. "What was that?"
"Nothing," her brother replied. "You shouldn't come looking for me. This place is dangerous."
"But I wanted to see you," Riala protested weakly.
Hurt snorted.
He made no secret of the fact that he had little regard for their kinship. They had been apart since Riala was old enough to remember, and before the last few months they had rarely seen each other, except for the times when Riala was allowed to nurse him back to health, following a beating. Riala looked over Hurt's shoulder, back at the dark, apparently empty stall that held the meeting of dark forms.
"Hurt, what?" "I told you. Nothing. But, Riala, don't get yourself into trouble," Hurt warned.
She sighed. "All right. Here, I brought you something. Some fruit." She pulled a couple of withered apples from her pouch, holding them out. Hurt eyed the fruit, something rarely allowed to slaves. Terrell had given them to her, claiming that they gave him mouth sores, though really he had been rewarding her for a particularly good essay. Eventually, Hurt accepted the gifts.
"You should go,"
he said, turning back to the stall. Riala barely caught a glimpse of the ominous forms inside before Hurt closed the door.
Chapter 30. The bones glowed softly in the torchlight. They lay in heaps, blanketing one another, some held together limply by the remnants of decayed sinews and muscle, others scattered and disjointed. The torches seemed to shine mutely here, in the dark home of the dead, almost as if the light itself were afraid to look too closely at the corpses. Eye-holes remained black, their secrets held in the whispering winds that could be heard from far above. The first time Jarek had been forced to come here, to the dark valleys between the plateaus, he had been terrified. The valleys were more like caves, dank and poorly lit, cracks that led deep into the earth. The walls were perfectly smooth, worn away by thousands of years of rainfall, and in some places they were so close together that Jarek could touch both sides at the same time. The torchlight didn't seem to help very much. In fact, it added to the gloom. The weak light was just strong enough to give detail to the closest bones, to reveal lapping skulls and shattered bones without banishing the darkness. Beyond the torch's reach, the silhouettes of piled bones were visible, lining the makeshift pathway. The bridgemen walked in a line, their feet squishing in the ever-present mud. It was always wet in the caverns. Every third man carried a torch. Jarek shuffled along with them, looking around with uninterested eyes. He had been terrified his first time, but now the piled corpses didn't bother him at all. He had seen much, much worse. He had met men for the first time in the morning and held their dying bodies in his arms by noon, watching life gush crimson from their wounds, their ragged voices begging for him to do something. Even the camp was not safe. Disease was common. He had seen entire squads wiped out by it. In fact, he had been sick a dozen times himself. 10 called for them to stop, and the bridgemen slowly fanned out. The crack had widened here, and the path ended. Slowly, with tired arms, the men began to sift through the bodies, searching for weapons and armor that was still usable. Jarek made his way to one of the cliff walls, kneeling beside a corpse. The skull was cracked badly, most of the bones were. A drop of several hundred feet had that effect on bodies. Jarek pushed the bones aside, feeling the man's clothing come apart in his hands. He had been human, Jarek guessed, not from the bones themselves, for the two races had surprisingly similar skeletons, but from the armor. It had been bronze. The fall, time, and damp humidity had not been kind. His sword appeared to have some salvageable metal left in it, so Jarek pulled it from the mud, shoved it in his sack, and moved on. The salvaging was a relatively new idea in the Eternal War. As the demand for metals grew, new ways had to be found to get materials, no matter how gruesome the methods. Actually, most bridgemen looked forward to scavenging duty. While they were down at the bottom of the pits, they couldn't be summoned to go on Dragonsteel runs. It said something about a man's life when he felt lucky on the days he was allowed to pick through the half-rotting corpses of his fallen comrades. Jarek's next victim was part of a group. A half-dozen corpses lay piled together, bones sticking in strange directions as if they were part of some odd carnival act. There was still a little flesh on them, and a rotting chunk of wood nearby told Jarek who these men had been. A bridge crew. Jarek moved on. The metal used in bridgemen's short swords was of poor quality. What hadn't rusted away wouldn't be worth smelting down for reforging anyway. As Jarek turned, his eyes fell on a set of bones slightly paler than those around it, the remnants of its foreign armor hanging limply. Jarek approached slowly. Shodel corpses were extremely rare, though Jarek didn't know why. From watching up above, it appeared that just as many Shodel were thrown into the chasms as men. Perhaps the demons came searching for their fallen dead, though Jarek's mind rebelled at the thought. He couldn't associate such an apparently noble act with the monsters he had watched kill his companions for the last 4 months. The skull was alarmingly similar to that of a man. The creature's bones were fractured, but not to the extent of the human skeletons around it, and Jarek was drawn to them. There was a power to the skeleton, and he felt his skin grow cold despite the heat. He wanted to reach out. He did reach out, to touch the bones, to feel the power. Jarek snapped his hand back, jumping up so quickly he kicked a nearby skull, sending it skipping across the mud floor to smack into the far wall. Several heads looked up at the sound, then turned back to their work. Skittishness was common during scavenging hunts. Jarek forced himself to reach out and retrieve the Shodel's rusting steel blade. After that, he turned away from the bones, ignoring their demands. He would not give in. Magic was evil. It was of the Shodel. He would not be associated with them. It was because of the Shodel that he had lost Corteth. It was the Shodel that had slaughtered his friends. It was the Shodel that had killed his— The dark cavern flashed suddenly as pain exploded in Jarek's head. "Loafing again, Fick?" Gaz demanded, his voice echoing through the twisting cracks. Jarek looked up with surprise. His torch lay sputtering next to the wall, and the other bridgemen had moved forward in the darkness, expanding the path as they went. What had happened? How long had Jarek just been standing there? Another blow from Gaz nearly dropped him to the ground. Jarek scrambled forward, moving to catch up to the rest of the group. "Never mind, Fick," Gaz mumbled. "I've come to bring you all back up. Ray Company just got called on a run, which means we have to be ready. Tell the rest of them to get moving." Jarek struggled back into camp, dropping his bag of rusted swords into the pile. Gaz had made him carry 2 other men's findings as punishment for laziness, and the trek up from the bottom of the plains was a long one. They had to hike far enough out to reach a place where there was no dragonsteel in the earth, and erosion had formed the land into an incline. Jarek still wasn't accustomed to the Fallon heat, and only the thought of the food awaiting them back at their tents kept him from collapsing. As it was, the sudden release of his burden made him lightheaded, and he would have fallen to the ground had Ten not steadied him. None of the other bridgemen even looked at him. They didn't want to be part of his punishment. To them, Jarek's extra burden had only meant less for them to carry. Gaz laughed loudly, nudging one of his friends and pointing as he noticed Jarek wobbling. Jarek shook his head, clearing his vision, then began to stumble after the other bridgemen as they made their way back to their tents.
"He didn't think you'd be able to do it,"
Ten noted quietly, walking beside him. Jarek looked up.
"What?"
"Gosh," the elder man replied, whistling slightly as he spoke the word, a result of his missing teeth.
"Didn't you notice how forced his laugh was?" "I was too busy keeping myself from falling over to notice much,"
Jarek confessed.
"You could probably take him, you know," the elder man confided.
Jarek looked up in surprise.
"Me?"
he asked incredulously.
"Gaz would mash me worse than those ficks at the bottom of the gorges. He's twice my size."
"Lords, Jarek," Ten said with a snort.
"Have you looked at yourself lately? You're taller than Gaz, and you might not be as wide, but you're certainly stronger."
Jarek just shook his head, dismissing the argument, and Ten let the matter drop. As they arrived at the tents, however, Jarek let himself ponder the question. Could he beat Gaz in a fight? Perhaps. The thing was, he didn't want to try. He stood back, waiting as the others rushed greedily forward, accepting bowls of the white mushy substance considered fit food for the bridgemen. Jarek turned away from the scene, looking out across the camp. The longer he stayed, the more he realized the eternal war was not what he had envisioned. At first he had only been forced to admit that his own duties would not be as glorious as he had dreamed, but he had retained his view of the war as a whole. Bridgemen were grunts, he told himself, but the rest of the warriors were noble. He had been wrong again. At first he had been too enthralled with his own miseries to notice it. Now, however, the truth was becoming increasingly stark. The camp was not stocked with heroes, or even career soldiers. It was filled with bullies and miscreants. True, they wore uniforms, some of them even kept clean. However, fights were common, and the officers were slow to stop them. Theft was so commonplace that most men had simply given up on saving their earnings and immediately spent them on whores or saprai. Even as Jarek scanned the semi-permanent city, he saw some soldiers taunting a group of working bridgemen. The bridgemen, mostly peasants, rarely fought back, and when they did, they were quickly overwhelmed by the superiorly trained soldiers. That was why he couldn't let his anger drive him to attack Gaz. He didn't want to be part of it. The entire camp, its ideals and its activities sickened him. Every time he thought of punching the Kasja sergeant, his mind's eye remembered the fighting that went on constantly around him, and his anger evaporated. A sudden wail of dismay caused him to turn in alarm. Keeg, his youthful face dismayed, stumbled from his tent, tears openly running down his face. Several of the bridgemen looked up, but they immediately turned back to their meals.
"It's in gone,"
Keeg groaned, sliding to the ground.
"What's gone, Keeg?"
Jarek asked, approaching. The boy simply groaned in sorrow. Jarek closed his eyes, shaking his head in frustration.
"Keeg, I told you to send your earnings someplace safe." "Couriers in costin' long too much," Keeg replied mutedly. "They in want half-turnings."
"It's expensive," Jarek agreed. "But now you have nothing. You should have at least carried it with you."
"It's not fair,"
Keeg groaned.
"To lords, they hate me shearingly."
"They don't hate you, Keeg," Jarek said with a sigh. "They just—" Jarek trailed off, looking up. Then he looked back at Keeg. The young man's eyes were closed, and he was shaking his head in denial. He heard it too, a scout's horse approaching from the plateaus. The horn sounded a moment later.
"Lords, it's gonna be a bad one."
The voice belonged to Gavin, a man who had been moved into their crew a month earlier after his own group was slaughtered. "What do you see?" Ten asked from his place at the middle of the bridge. Only those in front had any sort of view of what was approaching.
"The Shodel!"
Gavin screamed back, horror in his voice.
"They've already set in, surrounding the well. Lords, they're raising their bows!"
"Run!" Gaz's voice shouted to the bridge crews. Jarek felt the men around him break into a jog. He was situated near the middle of the bridge this time, on the same side as Ten. He felt himself grow sick as they moved, hearing men begin to scream from the bridge crews on either side of him. These kind of approaches only happened one time in 10, but when they did, it was a slaughter.
"Now is our chance, Ten!"
Jarek screamed against the terror rising in his chest. He could feel the older man's hesitance in front of him. Gavin yelled in pain at the front, and the bridge rocked.
"Ten!"
Jarek pled.
"All right, men,"
Ten yelled, his voice ragged.
"Do as the boy told you."
Spurred by what they were facing, the bridgemen acted. They paused for a moment on the field, turning to the right. The motion brought Jarek's edge of the bridge closest to the plateau. He turned his head to look, then wished he hadn't. 24 Shodel archers stood in ranks beyond the chasm, their expressionless white faces taking aim at floundering bridges, dropping bodies to the ground in heaps. Several archers were watching Jarek's group, pulling back their bows and finding Jarek in their sights. The edge of the bridge dropped, tipping on its side. The motion was awkward. They hadn't had an opportunity to practice, and they nearly dropped the bridge in the process. However, it worked. Arrows smacked against the wood frame like angry hornets, trying to break through to the soft flesh beyond.
"All right, let's move,"
Jarek ordered. The men began to shuffle forward as best they could. Holding the bridge at such an angle was difficult, and he had to lean over to move, but the structure provided a wall between them and the Shodel. Ten walked at the far end, watching carefully as they moved forward to keep them from falling into the chasm.
"No!"
Ten said. Together, the bridgemen dropped the structure and took their familiar places, some pushing it across the chasm, others holding the far end up with the support ropes. A few seconds later, they were done. Men collapsed around him as the warriors rushed across the bridge. Jarek remained standing, searching through the faces of his companions.
"How many did we lose?"
The men looked around at one another. Several bore wounds from arrows that had passed too close, and one man was groaning with a shaft in his arm, but no one was missing. Even Gavin sat near the back of the group. The fallen man had stumbled after the rest of the crew, joining them when the bridge was in place. There was a bloodied bandage around his leg, but other than that, he was fine.
"We didn't lose any,"
Ten said with amazement, looking over the group. Bodies of bridgemen lay slumped across the plateau, but none of them were from Jarek's crew. Jarek smiled in satisfaction. Then Gaz's punch took him in the face, spinning him around with enough force that he lost his footing and tumbled to the hard iron-like plateau surface.
"What in the name of Keth's bloody fist was that?"
the sergeant bellowed. Blood poured from Jarek's nose and the world shook around him. He tried to speak, choking on the blood pouring down the back of his throat.
"Wait, Gaz,"
Ten intervened. Jarek could vaguely see the older man's form moving to stop Gaz. He could also see the rest of the bridgemen backing away, turning their faces from Jarek. The very ones he had saved refused to stand beside him.
"I know who's responsible for this,"
the caster mumbled as he pushed Ten out of his way, reaching down to grab Jarek by the front of his leather vest. Jarek flailed, trying to get back on his feet as he felt the large cache drag him across the ground, toward the chasm.
"He ensaved us there,"
Keeg's voice objected in the background. 2 of them at least would try to help him. 2 out of 20. Jarek coughed, trying to reorient himself. His feet couldn't find purchase.
"Gaz,"
he said, choking.
"Gaz, it worked. No one in our crew died."
They reached the edge of the chasm, and Jarek pulled at the large man's arm. He tensed his body. When the cache tried to throw him over, Jarek would shift his weight and drive his fist in the back of the man's head. He would not let him. Gaz didn't toss him over the side. Instead, he pulled Jarek up and turned him to face the battle on the other plateau.
"Look, boy,"
he ordered. Jarek looked, feeling blood drip from his chin. The men had attacked their enemies on 2 sides in an attempt to push the Shodel back from the well. The maneuver hadn't worked. The Shodel had turned, flanking both groups of warriors and pushing them back toward the edges of the plateau. Only then did Jarek notice a third group of men, their ranks decimated, completely surrounded by white-faced warriors. It was the crew that had crossed Jarek's bridge. The human attack hadn't been meant to come at the Shodel from two different sides. It had been intended to be one coordinated strike.
"There's a reason the bridge crews move like they do, boy,"
Gaz growled, dropping him next to the chasm's edge.
"They have to arrive at the chasm in unison. When the other crews saw what you were doing, they paused and were slaughtered, and the warriors all arrived on the platform at different times. You may have saved a half-dozen bridgemen, but you've lost us the battle."
Jarek slumped down, watching the Shodel cut through their warriors, as many men as possible moving to retreat back across the bridges. Jarek trailed off, but Gaz had left. As a result of their decision to listen to Jarek, Ten's crew was given latrine duty for the next month. News of what had happened moved quickly through the camp, and the team became a constant butt of jokes, pranks, and abuses. The crew, of course, blamed Jarek for the treatment. Until that month, Jarek had never in his life wished he were dead. Whenever there was a grisly chore to be done, it was given to Jarek. Whenever a foot could be placed to bring him to the ground, it was done. He was dragged from his tent on 4 separate occasions and beaten by warriors who had lost friends in the failed Dragonsteel run, and none of the bridge crew voiced a word of objection, or even came looking for him. Each time he somehow found a way to crawl back to his tent, and each morning afterward he had received no sympathy from the others, just an increase in his workload. Young idealistic Keeg lost the lively glimmer in his eye as he watched Jarek being beaten down. Finally, it seemed to register to the young man that his dreams had been wrong, that he would never have any part in the war besides cleaning refuse and carrying bridges. The boy stopped laughing and pulled away from Jarek, never meeting his eyes. Even Ten deserted him. The bridge leader stopped confiding in Jarek, and he shook his head with sadness and turned away every time Jarek tried to talk to him. But, slowly, things returned to normal. The months passed, and the crew changed as men either died or were moved to other crews. When it was over, Jarek was more than willing to return to his life as a normal bridgeman. He shuffled along with the rest of them, forcing himself to keep his eyes on the ground and to do as he was told. He stopped sending his money back to his village, instead joining the rest of the men at the tavern. As he did so, he found the work more bearable. When the men were satisfied that he wasn't going to cause any more trouble, they let him back into their group. They stopped calling him Jarek, simply referring to him as Hook, a name he had earned from the strange slant at the end of his nose. It had never been set properly after Gaz broke it. The most frustrating part of the entire experience, however, was the quiet knowledge in Jarek's heart that his plan could have worked. It had only failed because his had been the only crew to protect itself. If all of them had used their bridges as shields, moving at the same slow speed, then they all would have arrived at the same time, and they all would have survived. But there was nothing he could do. Instead, he simply tried to tell himself he was a regular bridgeman. When further plans and ideas for protecting his crew tickled at his mind, as they invariably did, he paid them no heed.
"Have a seat, Hook."
Jarek nodded, slumping to the ground as he listened to men fighting on the other side of the plateau. The man who had spoken was Ham, a short, burly runaway slave from Aldbin. He had been in the crew for less than a month and hadn't been part of the ordeal following Jarek's failure. He simply considered Jarek a fellow northerner and a fine drinking buddy.
"It's looking to be an easy day,"
Jarek noted. During the last few months, he had intentionally begun reverting back to his lumberman's dialect when he spoke Melloran. It put people such as Ham at ease. Ham nodded. Ski Company had arrived at the battle before the Shodel and dug into place. More importantly, however, the plateau in question stood a fair distance from the plateaus around it, and the only plateaus close enough to use bridges were on the human side. A small group of Shodel had gathered on a plateau in the distance. Jarek could barely see their forms, but it didn't look as if they were going to attack. The distance was too far even for a Shodel to jump, and the only other option open to the demons, a method by which they dropped long poles across the chasm and climbed across one at a time, wouldn't work when the humans were so well prepared. Amazingly, it looked like the humans would escape with their Dragonsteel without a fight.
"Look there,"
Ham noted, gesturing to the left. In the distance, Jarek could see a group of warriors who weren't having quite as easy a time winning their Dragonsteel. Once in a while, when they were near the borders of their camp's territory, they could see warriors from another camp fighting. Kaitsern, Jarek noted, nodding to a group of tan-clothed men waiting on a nearby plateau, separated from the battle by a wide chasm. Kaitsern's special troops. Ham spat.
"Devil warriors,"
he mumbled. The tan-suited warriors were growing increasingly infamous. Jarek nodded, mumbling a condemnation of Shodel magic. CERN's regular soldiers seemed to be having a hard time of the battle, and they were slowly being pushed back from the well. Then, however, the group of tan-suited men burst into motion. They ran toward the gap between their plateaus, jumping and sailing across the 30-foot chasm to land behind the surprised Shodel line. The strange warriors moved in, slicing through the Shodel ranks. They ran straight through the forms of monstrous Shodel illusions, something that Jarek had never seen even the bravest man do. Shodel horrors affected one's mind, somehow able to terrify you even though you knew they couldn't be real.
"By the lords," Ham whispered beside him. "Did you see that?"
Jarek nodded.
"Devil warriors for certain," Ham mumbled. "They jumped just like to Shodel. No regular man should be able to do such a thing. That's why CERN's been winning so many battles. He's given his soul up to devils."
"Cursed magics," Jarek agreed quietly. "Presumed reality." The phrase formed in his mind even as he spoke, Topaz's words surfacing from the back of his memory. Jarek paused. He hadn't thought of the Jesk or home for a long time now. He hadn't thought of much of anything for a long time. "That's your presumed reality speaking, lumberling?" Jarek smiled slightly, remembering the playful lilt that always seemed present in Topaz's voice. Slowly he turned his eyes around and looked at the faces of the bridgemen. Most of them sat with dull eyes, staring at nothing, their bodies and minds fatigued. Not a few were sleeping, as they did whenever they had the opportunity. Some bridgemen rarely spoke, and only then to order another mug of sap-rye. "You're becoming one of them, Jarek," his mind warned. "No, you have become one of them." "But that's what I want, isn't it?" he argued back silently. "They don't have pain like I do. They don't think of the death, the misery. They don't dream. They're numb. That's how I want to be. That's the only way to survive as a bridgeman." "Presumed reality," his mind repeated. "It isn't presumed, it is reality," Jarek thought. "Presumed reality." "I tried," Jarek said, holding his head, feeling himself begin to tremble. "I tried, and look what happened." "Try again." Jarek shook his head. He couldn't. Not after how much work it had taken for him to regain the other man's trust. He couldn't go through that again. He couldn't. His eyes sought out Keeg, who sat, his flat eyes staring thoughtlessly into the sky. Ten sat slumped next to the bridge. They would probably be dead before another few months passed. Jarek would probably be dead before another few months passed. He didn't care. He couldn't care. Suddenly there was a sound, metal against metal. Jarek looked up with alarm to see a battle had somehow begun on the plateau beyond their bridges. Enormous beasts Jarek had never seen before were jumping through the air, traveling the vast distance between the Shodel and human plateaus. They were large and reptilian, with 4 small legs in the front and 2 enormous ones at the back, legs powerful enough to jump even the 50-foot chasm. Each beast bore a Shodel on its back.
"Lords,"
Ham whispered to the side of him.
"Illusions?"
Jarek shook his head. "Probably not. They're steeds of some sort."
"Dragons,"
another man hissed. Jarek frowned, comparing the beast's size with the shadow he had seen in the sky months ago. Then he shook his head. They were too small. "No," he said to himself. "Not dragons, but similar."
"There's hundreds of them."
Jarek nodded in amazement. Where had they all come from? The Shodel had never used them before, at least not in the half-year he had been at the Eternal War. Their sudden arrival had surprised the human troops, who were responding poorly to the attack. The Shodel had obviously decided to make a major offensive. Human warriors scrambled into ranks trying to fight the strange horse-sized monsters with Shodel on their backs. Then the screaming began. Not from the plateau, but from around him. Jarek spun with shock. A group of 6 Shodel warriors armed with swords had appeared from behind. They were attacking the bridge crews. Men scattered, some trying to hide behind the white boulders that were the plateau's only cover. The small group of Shodel attacked mercilessly, slaughtering man after man. Another group of them appeared, jumping across a chasm to Jarek's right, falling on his own crew. The men began to scatter in all directions, completely forgetting the swords they had never been trained to use. Some simply fell to the ground whimpering as the Shodel murdered them. One Shodel, white-faced and wearing a steel breastplate, turned to take an off-handed swing at Jarek. Jarek ducked, feeling the blade whoosh over his head. Then, moving with reflexes he had almost forgotten he had, Jarek rose, putting himself directly in front of the Shodel. The demon's face turned with shock. He had expected Jarek to duck away, not confront him. However, the look of shock was nothing compared to the surprise in its eyes when Jarek's fist pounded into its face. The Shodel stumbled, and Jarek tore the sword from its hand, turning the weapon on its master and jamming it into the monster's side. White blood gushed down the blade and over Jarek's hand, and the Shodel fell backward, an astonished expression still on its face. The last thing it had expected was for a bridgeman to fight back. Jarek stared at what he had done, nearly as surprised as the Shodel. Then he looked up at his companions, still being slaughtered. "Organize, you fools!" Jarek yelled, pulling a whimpering Ham to his feet and pointing to the man's short sword. The former slave pulled the weapon from its sheath, holding it in uncertain, trembling hands. The Shodel warriors had already massacred half of the bridge crews and were working on the rest. Keeg stood off to the side, huddled next to the bridge, his short sword held like a long dagger in his hand. He looked at Jarek with frightened eyes just before a Shodel noticed him and, batting the short sword away with an off-handed movement, ran the boy through. Jarek screamed in denial, dashing forward to attack the Shodel from behind. The demon turned just in time to block his blow and then moved to respond with an attack of its own. Jarek backed away, allowing Doram's training to guide his movements as he searched desperately for help. Where were the warriors? Then he saw. 2 of the 8 bridge crews had escaped across to the other side of the chasm, and they were moving to pull their bridges across to their side. From there, they would be able to push the bridges across to a 3rd plateau, providing an escape route for the warriors. The other bridges had been taken by the Shodel, and even as Jarek watched, they were toppled one by one into the chasm. "No!" Jarek screamed, realizing his men were about to be abandoned. With the bridges gone, they would be left alone with the Shodel. One form turned at his scream, a large, tan-skinned form, Gaz. He watched Jarek fight for just a moment, then he trotted across the last bridge just before it was pulled away, leaving Jarek and another 24 bridgemen to their fates. Ham screamed behind him, and Jarek turned briefly to see the squat man get pushed over the side of the plateau, tumbling into the chasm. Jarek turned back just in time to see his opponent launch a furious attack. Jarek parried maladroitly, his muscles out of practice. One blow turned his wrist at an awkward angle, and he yelped, dropping the blade in agony. The Shodel smiled, a strangely human gesture to see on the face of a demon, then stepped forward to finish him. Just then, Jarek heard an odd thump beside him, and a wave of tan attacked the Shodel. Jarek looked up in amazement. The tall form was followed by a dozen others, warriors that seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, each bearing a thin steel sword. Kaitsern's special troops. The tan-clothed men fought meticulously, somehow managing to engage the scattered Shodel one-on-one, while at the same time maintaining a controlled formation. They were good, better swordsmen than Jarek had ever seen, and their attack quickly pushed the Shodel back. Just a few seconds later, the Shodel decided that a couple of bridgemen weren't worth the effort of fighting Cern's elite, and they retreated across the chasm. One Shodel, not wearing armor, suddenly yelled something in an odd accented language, holding aloft a small object, a Dragonsteel container. Soon the Shodel were gone, riding their strange jumping beasts, leaving the plateau empty save for scattered human bodies and white boulders. Jarek's legs betrayed him, and he slumped to the ground. Around him the bridgemen bled. Not a single one was still standing, though a few from other crews were moving feebly. Of Jarek's own crew, only corpses remained. The dozen tan-clothed warriors gathered in a small group surveying the results of their attempted rescue. Then, talking quietly amongst themselves, they moved toward the chasm to the right, jumping across with their unnatural skill to join their own camp, which had finished its battle in the distance. A pair of warriors waited, watching the retreating Shodel as the rest of the warriors jumped plateaus. Satisfied that their enemy wouldn't return, one of the warriors nodded to the other. Then, pausing, he turned to look at Jarek with sad eyes. He was a tall Sendish man with dark black hair and straight features.
"I'm sorry,"
was all he said. Then he turned back to the other.
"Let us go."
"Yes, Lord Cern," the other man agreed. The two of them backed up a little bit, then ran forward and jumped, sailing into the air and crossing to the other plateau, leaving Jarek alone. Jarek sat waiting, strangely lucid as the hours passed. He had searched through the bodies, finding a dozen men alive, though none from his crew. He had dressed their wounds as well as possible, and they lay in a pitiful heap, moaning and complaining that they had been forgotten. Jarek doubted that was true. There were dead warriors on the plateau. Their weaponry was too valuable to let sit. Perhaps, if it had just been the bridgemen, no one would have returned. The steel, however, was a different story. As Jarek waited, the sun slowly toppling from its noonday perch, he thought. He thought of the look on the Shodel's face when he had fought back, and the actions of the other bridgemen. He saw their faces over and over again, their desperation and their fear. He saw Keeg get killed a dozen times. He saw Ham drop into the abyss. He remembered that first friendly bridgeman he had seen die. Jarek had never known his name, then get trampled by his own crew. It was presumed reality, and Jarek was caught in the middle of it. 8 bridge crews with 20 men each, 160 men, and we couldn't defeat a dozen Shodel. No matter how poorly trained, no matter how pathetic our weapons, we should have been able to stand against 12 opponents. The bridgemen hadn't fought back because they had assumed they couldn't. They mentally separated themselves from the warriors, believing all they were capable of was carrying bridges and cleaning latrines, just like peasants worked because they assumed they weren't worthy of anything better. It was a lesson Jarek had learned long ago. Why then did he keep falling into the same traps? 2 bridge crews, one without their bridge, arrived just before dusk to search the bodies. They reacted with alarm when Jarek stood, and then surprise when they realized he wasn't a Shodel. They hadn't seen Cern and his men arrive, and had given up the abandoned bridgemen for dead. Jarek waited as they pushed their bridge across, then appropriated their litters, brought for carrying back the bodies of officers, to carry the wounded instead. He spoke commandingly, like a noble, and they followed him without argument. One person, however, was not so quick to obey. "Gaz," Jarek said flatly. The large caste had come to supervise. The sergeant walked across the bridge, joining Jarek on the other side as he surveyed the damage. "You're the only one?" he demanded. Jarek nodded. Gaz ground his teeth for a moment. "I'll send you a new crew in the morning," he said. Jarek blinked in surprise. "New crew?" he asked hesitantly. "You're bridge leader now." "Me?" "I don't have much choice," Gaz mumbled, kicking at a body. Ten's body. The leader had been one of the first to die. "Everyone else is too young. They don't know what to do." "But I haven't been here a year yet," Jarek objected. "Barely half a year." Gaz looked him straight in the eye. "If anyone asks, you've been here 18 months. Understand?" Jarek nodded slowly. He did. Looking into Gaz's thin, cast eyes, he understood much more than he was probably supposed to. It was all a lie. They told the bridge crews they would be made real warriors in 2 years, but no one lasted that long. It was a false hope intended to keep them going until they died. "I assume you learned your lesson from that little stunt a few months back," Gaz said warningly. Jarek nodded. He had indeed. The problem with the bridgemen was as much a part of their thoughts as their methods. If he wanted to help them, he had to change both. "Yes, Gaz, I've learned much since then," he replied. He bent down, retrieving the long Shodel sword he had taken, and buckled it to his waist. Then he turned to help carry one of the litters of wounded men.